The counter initiation, though, is a lot stronger from VP Protege, and that's something you have to consider. Katsura coming in with the Sand King's Epicenter, Takizawa coming in with the Brewmaster split. That is something Liga team will need to avoid. And I'm not sure what kind of contingency plan exists apart from that overgrowth. Sure, you can throw that down, but ideally, I think you want to use that for your initiation. I think VP Protege, as long as Takizawa survives that initial jump and gets that split off, they're going to be fine. I think the only two people who need to be worried about getting jumped on is, or rather, the one person worried about getting jumped on is the Lynx on VP Protege, and it's the Storm Spirit and the Kez for Liga team. So they need to keep two of their heroes safe, while VP Protege need to keep one of their heroes safe. So we'll actually have to take a look and see what the fuss will all be about. I say fuss, I mean team fights. I mean where and who, which lanes, all of these questions. What are the priorities going to be for both of these two teams? It's at the end of the day, I do think that early game, I'm not sure who's actually ahead. Probably just the Storm Spirit, right? Because the Storm Spirit comes in with a natural maneuverable tool through the zaps, the Ball Lightning, while the Sand King will need that Blink Dagger. And if you don't have the Blink, you don't have an initiation, unfortunately, for the side of VP Protege. And I will add their logo in, since I don't exactly see the logo.
30 seconds to battle.
There we go. Their logo has been added in just to help you guys out with that. Liga team were looking for an initiation, but they couldn't really find one. They'll just have to go back and make do with the bounty runes. Hopefully that satiates their appetite, as they do pick up the 3, so they did get a bit more than what they bargained for. Violent. As well as the Treant Protector against the Brewmaster and the Ringmaster. 2 masters in this lane versus the Treant, the Tree, and the Bird, which is interesting if you think about it. But taking a look at the actual lane itself, I think it's a pretty even lane, if I'm being honest. I mean, Violent has the protection of that Treant Protector, and at the same time, you have a lot of aggression coming out from VP Protege. But it's the aggression coming out from a possible lead seed play coming from Respect, and Violent playing the Kaz. The Kaz is always going to be a tempo based hero, both in the laning phase and afterwards, so you kind of have to respect the amount of damage a Kaz can dish out in the laning phase itself with the Echo Slash, with the grapples. It's probably going to be an even affair. At the same time, I don't think Takizawa is going to be pushed out of the lane. I think this offlane Brewmaster should be able to find his farm, but always needs to respect the Treant Protector. He needs to respect. Bot lane is going to be the Lynx as well as the Tusk, the Slaughter, and the Jakiro. This is, again, not exactly the lane I would expect the Jakiro to be in. Normally the Jakiro is a position 5 hero. It's okay that he's position 4. I think he can function here as well. Doesn't function as well with farm as most other 4 heroes do, because most other 4 heroes bring in some kind of initial, the first 2 to 3 seconds of a team fight. Most position 4 heroes contribute towards that. The Jakiro, sure, you have the Ice Pod, but doesn't exactly need a Blink Dagger because its spells are really long cost range. Most of the items the Jakiro will build are going to be defensive utility based, apart from the Aghanim Scepter, which is probably might be coming out earlier, which is why maybe Sayuv is over here in the first place, but we'll have to see. As far as the lane is concerned, I know one thing: Sayuv cannot get caught with Janter's Ice Shards because that tag team combo coupled up with the fiery arrows of Cutie will burst through the Jakiro. You know, I think VP Protege can fight fire with fire in this safe lane. Meanwhile, towards that mid lane, Katsura doing pretty well against the Storm, but not well enough. Mirage has 20 CS, and I suppose it's the nature of the fact that you have a melee hero playing against a ranged hero. That too, someone that can dish out the remnants. Katsura does not see this teleport coming in. Sentry Ward will be dropped down, and Respect will be able to secure the first blood for Mirage. That is going to be Liga team coming out ahead. 3 minutes in. And that's pretty darn good for Liga team. I mean, they recognize the fact that Katsura was playing so incredibly aggressive and decided to punish him. All the meanwhile, you take a look at the positioning from Violent. He was pulling his creep wave. He made sure that he wasn't in any kind of danger if the other side wanted to make a counterplay. So Liga able to play on multiple lanes with synergy. Definitely something to watch out for. And you also have to consider the fact that they are ahead in terms of CS. They are the ones who are coming out on top in that department. Jakiro, Sayuv going to go down, so at the very least VP Protege able to get something done. Now it is surprising that it took the Ringmaster's presence here to be able to get a kill, because I would imagine that Janter and the Lynx, Janter and Cutie are more than enough to get this Jakiro down. That does give a lot of space away to the top lane, to Violent to just continue farming up. He essentially has free farm, and sure, Takizawa is doing a great job at getting the last hits as well. He is at 24. And in fact, it does seem like one of those games where all of the cores in the game will have at least a decent laning phase. Mirage obviously doing the best. Not only does he have 41 losses, the highest amount in the game so far, but he also had that first blood going his way. So this is going to be a very happy Storm and a very early Arcane Boots plus Soul Ring combo. So this means that the mana potential for the Storm, he can certainly make a lot of plays. Towards that bot lane, BB3.
I came a long way to see you die.
Wanted to go for a play on the Lynx. Unfortunately, he is a bit isolated, so he won't be able to get much done.
I came a long way to see you die.
Now there is a set of movement, or rather, a few steps of movements happening. Mirage as well as Sayuv trying to go for a play on the Lynx. Might actually be possible if they continue to venture on forward, as the Tusk and the Jakiro have moved out. I mean, Violent could also be in a bit of trouble, but the shards will not actually land, so this movement by the Tusk is no longer going to be possible, and BB3, or rather Cutie, needs to be careful. He does spot out the Storm, so that means that Cutie will just get back. So again, both sides, both teams coming in with rotations that don't really work out. Sand King though, even though Katsura did go down, he does have a fair few stacks to farm up. It's not too many, but it's not too little either. There's every little bit counts as far as the ancient stacks go. Both sides going to collect the Shrine of Wisdom, as Liga team are currently up 1,000 in terms of net worth. Nothing too significant. I think this amount can easily be recovered for the side of VP. SQT, I wonder if he'll go for a Falcon Blade. It doesn't seem like it. So that means he will have a lot less HP. 200 HP for the Lynx matters quite a bit in the early game. And because he doesn't go for it, he might struggle to survive. Now it just depends on whether or not Liga will actually capitalize on that window and take him down before he gets that Desolator. Because honestly, him going for the rush on the Deso without the Falcon Blade means that he'll have it just a little bit earlier and then probably can just participate in some of those team fights. Katsura waiting for Mirage to come in so that he can go in with the Burrow Strike. Unfortunately, Mirage, he hasn't dropped very low. He will still be forced to Ball Lightning away as it does leave Sayuv alone and the twin-headed terror will go down. However, you do have Violent coming in, but he doesn't appear to be particularly violent here. He will just go back.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's going to be Takizawa who wants to farm up into the hand of Midas. I wonder what it is with VP Protege and Takizawa going for this hand of Midas on the Brewmaster each and every single time. Maybe it's just the stable meta build for the Brewmaster, but I would imagine there are, it's not every game you want to go for this. This will create a bit of a passive window. Because the reason I'm mentioning this is because you know the Slaughterer, what he's going to go for. It's the Blink Dagger. After hold that thought, it's once again Sayuv, Dragon ripped apart. Mirage trying to get the return kill, but the escape tag coming in from Rare G will keep Janter safe. And Janter's just playing with Mirage at this point. Living Armor is going to kick in as Mirage finally goes in for the kill, but the Sliding Remnant, he did not use it correctly. Certainly does not work out in his favor, as he would have been guaranteed that kill if he just used the Sliding Remnant on Janter with the Vortex. Janter would not have been able to escape that. But Mirage, kind of slightly bungling it. Not only does VP get a lot of space, VP also get a kill. It is 81 lost hits for Mirage. I mean, he is farming up quite nicely. When we take a look at the net worth, it is 5,000 net worth for the Storm Spirit. It is 4,400 net worth for the Kez. And towards that top side, it is Violent who is being probed. Primal Split comes out and Violent should go down here. Echo Slash to build up some momentum for that escape, and he does manage to make it under the cover of those trees, but can he make his way out? Not with Katsura coming in with the Burrow Strike. It will be a Liga team who will lose their carry, and potentially even this tier 1 tower is going to be pressured, but it's still very healthy, and I don't expect VP to be able to get this tower down. It's going to be Takizawa, perhaps in a bit of trouble, very low on his HP, is running away. However, BB3 has already fallen. And it seems like Takizawa should make it out. Sayuv held on to that ice path but did not know where Takizawa was. Meat Wagon is going to be cleared up as Katsura continues to farm up for that Blink Dagger.
Radiant structures are falling.
Almost has it, in fact. Meanwhile, BB3 is farming up for his own Blink Dagger. Isn't as close compared to Katsura, but still close enough. I think this is a pretty good timing for BB3, considering he did go down in that laning phase. But he'll still have the Blink Dagger in about 700 gold. Meanwhile, Katsura has it now. It is flying in the courier. They can go for a smoke play. They just need to find the right target. And they need to make sure they have enough follow-up damage to be able to take that target down. With Rare G coming in with the Wheel of Wonder, it certainly does seem like a possibility. But you never know with the Living Armor providing that buffer, whether or not Liga can actually survive this incoming initiation. Katsura He jumps in towards the Storm Spirit. Wheel of Wonder gets sent out to Walrus Punch to secure the kill. Mirage has fallen. And now Katsura needs to find his way out. He does have his Burrow Strike coming off of cooldown, so he should be able to survive.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
I'll take your tribute.
Radiant's
Mid lane
tower
tower,
is under attack.
or rather mid lane tier 1, taking in quite a bit of damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
QT as well as Rare G. Violent could be in a bit of trouble. Ice Shards, they are going to actually clip him. Janter coming in with a perfect set of shards. And that is all she wrote for Violent, as he will go down. Again, VP Prodigy certainly playing this a whole lot better than Liga team are, who are pressed for these initiations. They're just getting pressured around the map. And even Mirage, despite of having that Storm, despite of having those zaps, that Guardian Greaves, to be fair, he just got those, but he had the mech Arcane boots. I mean, he had so much mana with the Arcane boots and Soul Ring and the Magic Wand, but still not able to get much done around the map, at least in comparison to VP, who will have that Desolator for QT now.
Is under attack.
Meanwhile, Takizawa has the point booster and is inching towards his Aghanim Scepter. With his Hand of Midas, this Aghanim is going to come out a bit faster. Maybe he would have probably
Dire's middle
had it by now if he didn't go for the Hand of Midas, but it's always about the dividends. It's always about that compounding long-term growth.
are scanning.
To be fair, the Hand of Midas doesn't compound. It's a
Radiant's bottom
it's a
tower
pretty
is
static
under attack.
item, but there's no inflation here either in a game of Dota.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A bit of a standoff, as VP Prodigy do know where Liga team are, but they don't want to engage, not quite just yet. Mirage going for the zap. However, it's Katsura who will still jump in. Wheel of Wonder will come out, and Mirage is going to be just that, an illusion of its former self. Respect. Hiding inside of the trees, Overgrowth is not available any longer. Katsura still going on strong. It's Janter who is going to get sent up into the air with the one punch, and BB3 forced to escape with his Blink Dagger. At the end of the day, again, Liga team hesitating so much to try and go in, while VP Prodigy, they don't hesitate at all. They just go in, brute force their way through, and find these breakthroughs time and time again. An absolute disaster of an early game for Liga team.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As now Takizawa, he'll even have his Aghanim Scepter, and you have to consider the fact that all of that is happening without Takizawa in possession of the Aghanims. Or rather, even forget the Aghanims, he didn't even need to use the split. Mirage going in for yet another fight, but Rare Z coming in with the escape pack, keeping Katsura safe. He tries to Burrow Strike his way out. Mirage may be able to get it done now. Finally able to find something. QT now, the one in trouble, will go down. Liga team finally fight back. It will be a trade for at least the one, but they should be able to make it out with the two. However, Primal Split does come out, so Sayu, he will be the second target. A double kill for Takizawa, but still worth it for Liga. At least they show some motivation. You know, I was beginning to lose hope. I was thinking that maybe Liga team, they don't even want to fight. But clearly, they do. They do prove it now. Hmm. Takizawa going to go back, but BB3, he's going to go in. Unfortunately, I don't think this is a trade that works out for the Slardar. I mean, he's still trying to poke at Takizawa, going in for yet another crush. There's no one coming to help out BB3 to try and get this kill. However, Takizawa is going to hit another stun, and slowly but surely, BB3 seems to be able to get this done. Wheel of Wonder does get sent out though, as the clap comes out from that Brewmaster. Violent though comes in, and at the end of the day, they're still going to have to go back. Unfortunately for VP, it was still a play on Katsura that was successful, and in fact a play on Janter. Liga team, once they decide to finally show up this game, they're able to come out with back-to-back wins.
Dire are scanning.
Hmm.
Dire are scanning.
20-minute Tormentor is going to spawn. Katsura
A soldier's
showing a bit of that Darude. I wondered, how many of you do you remember? Do you remember that, I mean, the Tormentor is going to be uncontested, so we can talk about a bit about it. Remember, you guys remember the Darude Sandstorm? I do believe that there is a bit of resemblance there. Between Katsura's, you know, the taunt item that you have. As Katsura has gone for the Spirit Vessel, I mean, and that's after the Blink Dagger, which is an interesting item to go for. I suppose to negate some of the heal coming out from that living armor, and maybe even some of the heal from that Guardian Greaves. At the same time, it works against anyone else apart from the Storm, because this is a dispellable item. So the Guardian Greaves, once it's popped, actually dispels Mirage. Takizawa now in possession of the Blink Dagger. Both teams nearly pretty much even in this series, or at least in this first game. Liga team are in a pretty good spot, considering we haven't looked at Violent in a while. He does have that Battle Fury, will have that Manta style up soon, so his damage output should start to scale up pretty nicely. At the same time, you have BB3 who's playing that Stardar and has, or rather will have, a BKB soon too, in about a few minutes, I believe by that 23 or 24 minute mark. At the same time, you have to consider that the Slardar is always going to be a hero that doesn't scale as much as most other offlaners do, or most other core heroes do rather, and the Brewmaster will have much more of an impact. But what BB3 will always be able to offer is that instant jump, and alongside Takizawa, Violent may be able to burst someone down. That's something that doesn't need scaling. That's something that is always going to be present. Maybe they can make use of it, because the Brewmaster, honestly, once he starts scaling up and up, your objectives, they're no longer going to be safe. Takizawa can siege towers really easily, even siege that high ground really easily, as he's going to be going for that Assault Quartus.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle
VP
tower
inside a smoke of deceit. Katsura jumps in, finds Sayuf, an easy enough pick off to find. They did expend quite a bit for it, so I suppose their appetite was just for a pick off and they're going to go back to farm. At the same time, they may actually have to fight because over on that top lane, Liga are pressurizing this tier 1 tower. Burrow Strike is not really going to land. Mirage is going to be able to find the zaps and will be able to make his way out. Sanjin Kaya up for Mirage. This is a very farmed up Storm Spirit, but considering he has the Guardian Greaves, he doesn't actually come in with too much magical damage. I believe you can survive the, for now at least, the initial jump ins. As QT is going for that Aghanim Scepter, so he'll have the Burning Army soon. And honestly, oh, I'll have to hold that thought. Mirage jumps in, but there's no way. There's not enough damage output. Even with the Witchblade, it may not be enough. And coming back to the point where you'll have the Burning Army, and with that spell, I think with the Brewmaster's Primal Split, these towers are going to be very difficult to defend. Janter is going to go down, but the Primal Split comes out, and it seems like VP Prodigy, they are winning the fight. It's BB3 who will just collapse. Violent will be able to grapple towards that high ground, but it's Takizawa who is chasing after Sayu. Sayu is supposed to fall here. There's no way that Jakiro can survive, but that will buy enough space for Violent to be able to make his escape. However, is the wind ruling? Trying to spot someone out, will not be successful in doing so. It's an overall 1 for 2. Although, VP, they did buy back on Janter. So I suppose it's not the worst thing for Liga team losing their 2 heroes. Losing the Slaughter will surely hurt, but he did buy out. I mean, he does have his BKB. It's not as if he was caught in a scenario where he had a lot of gold on him. Rare G? I don't think that Whiplash was worth it because Rare G somehow is able to stay alive. So it's completely worth it. Just get the little poke in. You know, every single time when you're attempting to tame the beasts, sometimes the beasts do throw a claw or two, but you'll probably be fine as long as you're able to tame them. And Rare G was on that rare occasion. I say rare occasion because I mean, Mirage doesn't have the damage output. It is a rough scenario because normally where the Storm is able to pick off supports, I'll have to hold that thought because Janter, he's about to lose his buyback. He's about to be on that dieback counter, down for about 60 seconds, and maybe Liga with the corrosive heals can actually probe Roshan. They do certainly have the damage output.
Here I am. Here I am.
Katsura building up to that Aghanim Scepter will have it soon. And once he gets to this Aghanims, he's going to go for the Shiva's Guard next. And it's a bit rough when you start to play against some of these items. What Liga team are specializing in right now is pick off damage, right? It's single targeted abilities, single targeted damage. Apart from the Kez who has that Raptor Dance. But what VP specialize in is at the back of that epicenter, Wheel of Wonder, they can dish out damage on a very large area. So Liga team need to be careful because they essentially do have 3 melee heroes. It's only the Storm and the Jakiro that are ranged in the first place. But even the Storm will have to jump in melee range, near essential melee range, to get that Vortex down. And that puts him in danger. Because then the Storm Spirit is going to be up close and personal. And that's exactly where VP want him to be.
Dire are scanning.
BB3 is going to miss the crush, but will be able to activate that PKP. Chanter, he has fallen. It will be a support as Takizawa takes out Sayu. Meanwhile, Mirage jumping around. But Takizawa, he wants to catch someone out. Mirage will go for a long range zap. But it seems like 1-for-1s are, for the moment, just what these teams are able to get. And Liga team realize that once their BKBs are used, they have limited recourse. But now VP, they are inside of the pit and they don't have a primal split. This could be a bait because Katsura, he never used his epicenter. Observer ward will be planted down. Katsura goes in. He knows that BB3 does not have that BKB. Katsura trying to activate his epicenter will be cancelled, but the Wheel of Wonder will be sent out again. This is just to push back at Liga team because they want that Aegis. Unfortunately, Cutie did leave the pit for a bit. He will go back for it as Janter does go down. Violent though, he goes in, and BB3, he manages to stash that Aegis. The Lynx's bones will be ripped apart as the Aegis will finally go down. But VP, they lost that, and they lost that big. Katsura, no epicenter available. The Brewmaster, they said that entire play turned into a complete disaster despite of their best attempts at pushing back at Liga. They were successful in doing so, but Cutie left the pit. He just as when the Sand King went towards the high ground position, Cutie went out. He went back in to try and finish Roshan. Had he not done that, had he stuck to his guns, they would have been in possession of that Aegis, and the entire state of the game would have been completely different.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Let us fight.
Radiant are scanning.
Sayuv gets the Tormentor.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Katsura and VP Prodigy have been in favorable circumstances when they've played this Sand King Lynx combo. I'm not too sure how the Lynx does playing from behind. Now, he's not that far behind, but you have to consider that Violent is pretty farmed up on the Kez. And he cannot get his claws on the Lynx there. Because you know what birds do with bones? They make nests out of them. I'm lying. I really doubt that's true. But I know, you know what vultures do with bones? I don't know the answer to that either, but it's probably not good, right? It's probably not a happy ending. QT does have the BKB there almost. Needs about 400 gold for it. And at the same time, Takizawa getting to that refresher timing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Hmm. Takizawa going to get jumped. The escape act is going to come out though. RARG able to keep their primal, or rather their brewmaster safe. As BB3, his BKB has been activated, but eventually it will run out. It's going to be Mirage who will jump back in, take out Janter, as Violent was stuck in those shards. However, he also has that BKB, so at the end of the day, Liga will lose one, but they'll take the one. Primal Split is going to wear off, as it seems like they want to go back in. VP may be able to take BB3 down, and they are. Liga team, they get the worst end, or rather the short end of the stick. UT
Are scanning.
doesn't have the gem. Mirage though, he saw Katsura. Wheel of Wonder will come out. It will not actually enclose Mirage. Katsura, however, he does regenerate a lot of his HP as Respect has gone down and Mirage doesn't have too much mana to play with. Katsura will try and go in with the epicenter, slows Mirage down, and they will take apart the Storm. The unstoppable streak finally being taken out. As a VP Protege, they are looking like they're back in this game.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower
Are fortified.
should go down here. I assume that Liga, because they don't have their Storm, they aren't going to be in a position where they can defend this tower, so QT will be able to break through it.
Dire's bottom tower is fortified.
Cup runneth over.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Sayu forced off Glimmer Cape. A lot of utility coming out, and this is the point that I was bringing up. Sayu playing a position 4 role just to be able to make these kinds of items, while Respect, who's playing the position 5, has to go for the blink. It does feel like the roles are reversed despite of the roles. I'll have to hold that thought as Mirage, he is gonna be hexed up, brought down, or rather sent up. But by the time he does come down, he won't really reach the ground. Violent is going to be teleporting away because he does not have his Storm. BB3 and the rest of Liga team will also disengage. As QT now with the Scythe of Weiss, this is really troublesome because previously where Liga team were able to survive that initial 2 to 3 seconds of a jump, now with the Hex up, it's really hard for them to be able to survive. Really hard for them to be able to do much of anything at all. At least until QT is able to get the jump. If Liga team get the jump on QT, that's an entirely different story. However, they also have to try and find some way to disable Rare G because he's always there with the escape act. You know, he's like Houdini.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I suppose the idea is that they're going to wait for Roshan. Sayuv sent up into the air. Still survives that initial jump. Wheel of Wonder has to be sent out in order to take Sayuv down and potentially start off a 4v5 team fight. However, BB3, he wants to go in. It's Cutie though. He found another Hex. Mirage has gone down. Violent now needs to escape. It's actually BB3 who will go for the teleport out. But at the end of the day, Sayuv did buy back for that. And honestly, if Liga team are never able to get the jump, then they're never going to be able to get the team fight win or get the game win. At the end of the day, Sayuv, he did teleport in through the outpost and they did see him. They'll probably go after him. They see him again because they have the gem on Rare G. And Roshan is also up. And this time around, it should be a guaranteed Roche going the way of QT. He's also very close to his level 25. And will have the Searing Arrows multi-shot. Oh, man. It does seem like this kind of an advantage puts VP super far ahead compared to Liga team. And you can just look at how easily these towers melt once the Lynx starts probing. I was about to say Lynx assassin. Well, the Lynx does seem like an assassin of sorts, like a fiery assassin, like an archer assassin. Liga team, they jump in this time around. Mirage, he does have that PKB, so he will not be getting hexed up. Cutie still going on strong. Escape Act comes in from Rare G, but the Tusk will not be so lucky. In the end, they still keep that Aegis going on strong as they take apart the barracks. And unfortunately for Liga team, they really needed to take that Aegis out, because what this means is that QT will just go back, regenerate, reset, and go for another lane. Overwhelming blink plus the refresher orb for Takizawa. This truly feels like a game that has put Liga on their, honestly, on a position where they have to make one final stand. On their last legs, on, you know, it feels like they're on their last legs, but the ground they're standing on isn't even solid. It feels like they're standing on scorched earth at the moment.
Better luck next time. Better luck next time. Have another.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Takizawa jumps in Talon, does not land in time. He is able to get that split off. BB3 hexed up, but it's Cutie who will get jumped in. Escape Act once again comes out by Rare G as Violent dishes out the Raptor Dance and will be able to take out that Clinks' first life. Liga doing pretty well for this initial first fight. Cutie, however, does get jumped again, this time around, able to activate that BKB and go to work. It's Violent who will fall, loses his life, buys back into the game. It's the Clinks now in incredible danger, needs to get back. Needs to understand that Violent coming in for a second round means that Cutie will fall. Liga team, they do buy back now. It's time to punish. It's time to go in. Mirage trying to find someone out, anyone out. It's Rare G who they do catch a whiff of, but he will vanish into thin air, making it out like Houdini himself. Butterfly almost available for Cutie. This is reaching the point of no return, if I'm being honest. Takizawa, way too quick of a reaction time for Liga team as they missed the crush. BB3 sent up into the air, 5 seconds for his BKB, but he did get hit by that Wheel of Wonder. Another response comes in. BB3 will be executed. Escape Act once again. Rare G, time and time again, coming in clutch each and every single time. Mirage has no more mana left. He does not have the space to be able to make it out. It's actually going to be Violent who might just end up losing his life, and this game does seem like it's going to be over. Liga team no longer have any legs to stand on. It is going to be Virtus Pro Prodigy that is going to be able to take that first game win. Was a very back and forth, or I wouldn't even say a back and forth game. I would say that was a very even game for both of these two teams. They were playing this pretty well, but I will say Liga team played it way too passive. For a lineup with a Slardar and a Storm, they weren't making any moves. We did see them make a move occasionally, but did not build the kind of tempo their lineup is supposed to build. Against the Clinks, against the Sand King, there were opportunities where you could have gone in, but they just chose to play it passive. They just chose to farm up. only time will tell.
Radiant team ban.
Templar Assassin banned out from VP Prodigy.
Dire team pick.
As Liga team ban out the Ringmaster.
10 seconds remaining.
So we won't have that third master here.
5 seconds.
The only question in my mind is what support you can possibly pick up to negate some of this pressure coming in. Shadow Demon is banned out, Tusk is banned out, Willow is available in the pool. It's a good one to have with the Tiny as well as the Razor, but you need something to push back with. And it's maybe the Enchantress if VP want to play with that. But it's a strong maybe. I mean, with the Enchantress, you can control one of the boars, right? That's probably a strong factor that you have. At the same time, Liga team are probably going to be playing a Beastmaster on the mid lane. So it's still up in the air. VP Prodigy, they go for the Undying, while Liga team thinking about their last pick. Liga team pick up the Swen, as they're going to be playing with a 3 melee strength based core against an Undying. That is going to be interesting to actually see. I mean, playing a 3 melee core into an Invoker and an Undying and a Razor. This is not what I had on my bingo cards. I don't even have a bingo card. This is the first time I'm seeing a Swen come out in the competitive meta this early on, or rather after such a long time, and I'm not exactly sure what the Swen is going to be able to do. Liga team, have they boxed themselves into a corner? Have they overcooked themselves? I don't know, but what I do know is that a lot of these heroes from VP Prodigy are so good at dealing with these melee cores. It's not just the Beastmaster and the Brewmaster. Sure, the Primal Split means that the Brewmaster, he's not typically considered a melee core that you can target down, but the Beastmaster and the Swen are. That static link, Katsura with all of that control, even that Avalanche toss, Cutie with the Requiem. Not to mention Cutie's playing probably one of the strongest heroes that he's known for, or that they're known for. It's honestly, I will reserve my judgment, because at the end of the day, the push potential from Liga is probably the strongest factor going in their favor. And I honestly think that if they're not able to push in time, if they're not able to pressure a lot of these towers, I think VP Prodigy will be stronger. I think just the fact that they have, in my opinion, a bit better control, a lot better control, in fact, a lot better team fight. I think unless Mirage pops off, unless they push towers, Liga team are probably going to lose. We will see what happens in the actual game itself, as we will be heading into it.
Prepare for battle. Seconds to battle.
Let's see what. I mean, honestly, this is a bit rough. I will again add the logo in. I am a stickler for the logos. There we go.
The battle begins.
Bounty runes. But what happened to the fourth bounty? Where did the fourth... Did it get... Okay, no. Mr. Janter is going to be picking that one up. Now, I hope that my worries and concerns for this Swen pickup are just that. Overblown concerns. Because I have not seen a Swen core, a Swen carry in the longest of times. And this is a Swen carry, by the way, that they're playing into a Razor. So I might be out of my mind here. You know, when I'm imagining this Swen to be extremely weak against a hero like the Razor. At the same time, respect. He does manage to push back at Takizawa. I wonder what the Tiny is doing. He is on the side pulling the creep wave. As respect does have a few creeps chasing after him too. Janter dies to a neutral creep, denying himself. And when we take a look at these lanes, I will not talk about this bot lane, because honestly, talking about the Razor versus Swen matchup is probably going to, you know, it is going to affect me personally. Mid lane is going to be Katsura versus the Beastmaster, Katsura versus Mirage, Invoker versus the Beastmaster. I think it's a pretty even matchup. At the same time, if somehow Mirage is able to close the gap with his boards, I think Katsura could go down. And Liga team can rotate in their Shaman, their Jakiro. Maybe with some disables, they can take Katsura out. Towards the top lane. And Undying means that BB3 will also have a bit of a rough time, and the Shadow Shaman can't exactly trade that well against the Undying or even against the Shadow Fiend. It does seem like the laning phase will be a bit of a pickle for Liga team. They're going to need to play out of their minds in order to survive this laning phase. At the same time, maybe I'm completely wrong, but the Tombstone does come out. BB3 is in a world of trouble, and that is going to be first blood drawn. One more... Oh no, rather... That is not going to be first blood drawn. Janter, he used the decay on the other side. That's not... That is not first blood drawn, guys. That I lied to you. That is going to be BB3 sidestepping. And Janter whiffing the decay. But maybe he had no vision of the Brewmaster. I'm not really sure what went wrong there. I expected that to be a kill. But a 3-minute mark, Lotus Orb is going to spawn. Takizawa does get pushed out, and he is actually kind of suffering here. But that's also primarily because of Rare G is going to go, he's pulling these creeps instead of trying to go for the Razor itself, help the Razor out. Because you can go for these avalanche toss plays. And because Rare G is pulling, he's barely level 2. I mean, he's barely level 1 at this point. Has no experience to speak of. And he needs to get to that level 2 timing so that he can start playing with the avalanche toss. This is supposed to be an aggressive lane, but they're playing it super defensive. Does appear to be so far so good. Rare G. Again, Takizawa taking in a lot of harass. Rare G unable to do much about that stuff. He played a near perfect Ringmaster last game, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that there's a strategy behind this kind of play. Maybe, now you do have to understand that Respect is playing with Jakiro, and the Jakiro is very strong. However, he's not strong enough to fight back against that static link. Respect in a bit of danger, but the Stormhammer comes in, and Violent will be the one to draw first blood. Apparently, Respect, he stays alive at just the one lost hit mark, 40 HP, and manages to make it work. Liga team, they outplay VP pretty hard. Rare G does hit his level 3 mark. That's over on the top side. QT is farming up. The only question is, what build is he going to go for? Does seem like he's also going to go for the attack damage build. Mid lane Katsura in trouble, will not see Sayuv coming in, but does dish out that cold snap and will, with perfection, disable that shackle by himself. Sayuv goes down as Mirage, he is going to be next on that hit list. It's going to be VP who will punch right back. This time around, Rare G coming in with a lot of impact. And what a play by Katsura. He dished out that cold snap and the auto attack before the shackle landed on him. And by the time the shackle landed, Katsura's auto attack landed on the Shadow Shaman, which broke his shackle. I've seen plenty of really good plays, but this was a breath of fresh air. Violent once again gets hit by that static link. It's only a level 1 static link, but the plasma field is also there. Rare G is also coming in with that toss. They decide to abandon the cause. As towards that mid lane is that push coming in constantly. It's Janter here with that tombstone waiting to drop it down. Sayuv is here too, but the roar gets planted down on Mirage. Shackle down. This time there's not going to be that cold snap. Ghost Walk does come out, but they do see him as Katsura. He will drop down. Tombstone will be taken out, but not before Respect falls. And Shaman too, so it is going to be a 2-for-1 with Janter ending up with a double kill. Still though, taking the Invoker down, that is always going to be worth it. And the fact of the matter is, they also pressure this tier 1 tower. It's barely at about 700 HP, so they do manage to get things done. Takizawa, Ice Path as well as the Dual Breath comes out. As Takizawa ends up going back, it's actually going to be Mirage who will get a bit back too. So Katsura isn't going for that Hand of Midas. He's going for probably the Meteor Hammer, right? Because he has that crown as well as the Kaya queued up. Meanwhile, Mirage is most likely going to go for that Aghanim Scepter. Violent will be going for the Mask of Madness, or rather has that Mask of Madness, and will now just flash farm. Taking a look at the net worth, it is going to be Violent at the very top of the net worth chart, trailed right behind by QT, who isn't right behind. He is 600 net worth below the Swen, but Swen has the cleave, QT has the raises, so I think the flash farm capacity of both these heroes are nearly identical. At the same time, Swen doesn't need to expend that much mana to be able to farm. QT does need to bring in these mana regen items like the Clarities to be able to flash farm, at least in these early phases of the game when he is just level 7. Bounty runes being picked up by Janter as he's going to go for the Arcane Boots. Should have it soon-ish. Is BB3 as well as Sayu once again going to go for a play. Katsura. Is the Observer Ward actually catching Katsura out? He will spot them out. Uses the Ghost Walk but does get hit by that dust. Rare G is waiting. Sayuv does not get hit by the Avalanche, and it is going to be Katsura who will fall to this little rotation. It's not even a little rotation, they bring 4 heroes in. But the biggest prize is not just the Invoker. The bigger prize is the tower. The tier 1 that will eventually fall. The first tier 1 of the game. 10 minutes in, not that early considering the kind of lineup the Liga team are playing with. But not that late either. Respect. Tossed into the Razor will fall as QT is here with the triple raise and the last hit. Shad the Fiend taking out the Swen.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Towers are going to be fortified as Takizawa. He's not going for the Guardian Greaves build. He's already gone for the Power Treads. And right now he wants to build up that Crimson Guard. I'm assuming it's going to be the Crimson Guard. He's going to have that Vitality or the Vanguard come in. And probably the Crimson Guard next. Not that bad of an idea. Building up of that physical damage buffer against both the Beastmaster as well as the Swen and Brewmaster will certainly help them out. I wonder though if the Guardian Greaves would have been better with the Crimson Guard. But maybe he's not going for that because of the amount of gold that would require. And just the sheer amount of time it would require for him to build it up. Katsura? Oh no. This is not going to turn into a case if I told you so. But a Razor versus a Swen is, you know,
Tower is under attack.
kind of one-sided in favor of the Razor. Janter did, or rather Respect, did a phenomenal job in the laning phase to deter the Razor to push him back constantly. I mean, Respect was on top of his game in the laning phase. But with him having to play around with his team now, because we're now in the early game, laning phase is over. Now you're on your own as a carry to find your farm. It's a different scenario. Respect will go down. BO3 was unfortunately too low to help. And the Swen is pushed out to the jungle. You can find the farm over on the top side, but quite frankly, I think that VP will chase you there too.
Tower is under attack.
As BO3, he's also gone for the same kind of build as Takizawa went for. It's the Hand of Midas into the Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant are scanning.
The Hex comes in, but the Shackle doesn't matter if it's broken side. Janter has already fallen. We'll come right back with the Ceaseless Dirge. But he won't be coming back here. He'll be going towards that top lane. And they have used the Serpent Wards just to be able to get that Undying kill. So that means they can't push the tower for an additional minute or so.
Dire are scanning.
Rare G has hit his Blink Dagger timing. 14 minutes in, not that bad for a position 4 who was struggling in the laning phase. I mean, he's the most farm support in the game, so not that bad overall for the support.
Is under attack.
He's ahead of Janter, who did get a double kill in that lane. So this is actually a particularly impressive. Early game from Rare G. And to be fair, it was a very impressive overall game from Rare G last game. You know, when he was playing the Ringmaster, you all saw it, the escape acts
Radiant's middle
kept
tower
VP
is under
alive
attack.
every single time. There wasn't even a single time where I could say that Rare G failed to save his team. And BB3 farming up for that Aghanim Scepter. I think the next timing for Liga team will be when this Brewmaster has that Aghanims, and probably will have it soon. I mean, around that 17 to 18 minute mark, as the rest of VP will go through the gate, trying to catch someone, anyone really, that they can find. They might actually find Sayu. He will, well, Takizawa will spot him out using the plasma field, slows him down just enough. Although I don't think, or rather the tornado will stop that teleport. So this will be a dead Sayu as Takizawa didn't actually go for... What is Takizawa building? Is it just a Lotus Orb? It is the Lotus Orb. So he didn't actually complete the Crimson Guard. Oh, man. The toss into the Requiem. Unfortunately, they missed a few raises. So the Primal Split will come out. Although, forcing out the Primal Split, not all that bad. Now, Rare G, he might actually get gone on. Mirage has the Arcane Rune as well as the Roar. So they do need to be a bit careful. The only thing is, Roshan is being attempted right now. And in fact, being probed by Liga. However, Violent, he wants to secure Roshan. Mirage will be the one to pick up the Aegis, as all Beastmasters love that first Aegis. Takizawa now farming up for that Crimson Guard. Certainly pretty good. I mean, dropping down that Lotus on your road target can provide them with a bit of buffer. Unfortunately, Takizawa, he can't Lotus himself now, can he? He could if there wasn't a Shackle and a Hex and just chain disables coming in. And you always have to be wary of the chain disables if you're VP. Even though you have the Lotus, those chain disables means that your Shadow Fiend may not be in a position to dish out the damage. As with this Aegis, I think Liga team will look to take out this tier 2. Perhaps might be able to do it. At the same time, I would have imagined them being able to take out these objectives a lot faster. That tier 1 tower towards that bot lane is still standing. Markings on the map coming in by Takizawa. They realize that there is most likely going to be several push attempts coming in the next 3 minutes. So they want to stack up, group up as a 5, and defend. BB3. It's this Radiant Observer Ward. It actually catches Janter. However, Rare G does come in from the side with an avalanche. It's Takizawa who will come in through the Razor. Supports being traded out, but Janter, he's already gone down. Roar being unleashed by Mirage as their Shadow Fiend is in trouble, but he manages to send out the Requiem. It takes out that Aegis. Takizawa towards the side, though still able to somehow survive. BB3 will be able to get the kill in the end, despite of the deafening blast coming out by Katsura. It's actually the Shadow Fiend who, or rather, no, Takizawa, he's alive! Mirage had to send in the Wild Axes in order to get that kill, but that wasn't clean at all from Liga team. They still lose the Aegis, and they come out with an even trade that is probably, for the side of VP, acceptable, and something that will probably make them happy. Or maybe even keep them content.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Tormentor is up at the 20-minute mark. And I think VP, they want to acquire or secure the Tormentor. They should be able to. Janter ends up going down to Mirage.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are
Still though, this game seems a lot similar to that last one.
Dire's structures.
Drafts may be reversed, but
Radiant's
it's the fact that the lead isn't that big for either side, which makes this an even affair, which means this can be anyone's game. Map control though, that is something that is a one-sided affair that is in the way of Liga, or rather, firmly in the hands of Liga.
Dire's middle tower has
Mirage does have that shield rune as well as that blink dagger. It's going to be Rare G who is in trouble. Takizawa also hexed up with Violent having his BKB. This does mean that the Razor is going to be in big danger. Janter unable to help out Takizawa, but with the Crimson Guard, Takizawa seems to be going on way too long. He might be able to take out Violent. In fact, it's even Mirage that he can't contest against, but finally Takizawa should go down despite of being a menace for Liga. In the end, Takizawa manages to hold back both the Swen and the Shadow Shaman despite of both of them being on top of him. In fact, the three of them being on top of him. And it seems like Katsura, he's not done quite just yet, with Rare G coming in for yet another setup. A tornado, a deafening blast, BB3 is going to be a goner at the same time. Jakiro will be able to make his way out, but I think for the first time, that is a trade going in favor of the Dire side, in favor of VP, because this fight recap shows a 2 for 2, but you have to consider that they took the primal, that they took the Beastmaster out afterwards, and that is always going to be a 3 for 2, right? 2 cores for 1 core and a support, or rather 2 cores for the 1 core, and the supports are the common denominator. So it's I think Violent really desperately needs a Daedalus. I think without the Daedalus, you can't burst through the Razor or cut through the Crimson Guard, and you really need to. We saw just how long Takizawa was able to stay alive, and it's only going to increase once he gets to that BKB timer. Once he gets to that BKB, you only need to disjoint the Shadow Shaman's shackle. Only need to send him up into the air with a tornado, and Takizawa, once he activates that BKB, he can then reverse that fight before he drops really low. Mirage will have his own shiny little Black King bar.
under attack. Radiant's
A hammer forged of pure mithril. That's the mithril hammer. I thought it was made of rune. Remember rune armor, guys? Remember rune scimitars and rune longswords? BB3? Rare G is incoming.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Rare G goes in for the avalanche. I mean, Sayub is dead. There's no question about that. Takizawa inching closer to his BKB.
Dire are scanning.
Takizawa moving on towards respect. Sayub does not want to initiate on him quite just yet. It's actually going to be Janter who gets bursted out really fast. It's Takizawa now in incredible danger, and this time around there is no escape for that Razor. It's going to be QT, no BKB available for him. I wonder how he'll be able to escape. It will be at the back of Janter coming in through the Ceaseless Dirge, but still, Brewmaster was going on strong. I wonder why Liga team decided to disengage. They could have continued to pressure. Rare G will just avalanche and run back. Meanwhile, Katsura, still no Cataclysm available for this Invoker. Violent. Sayub does go in for with the Shadow Shaman, but just to be able to disengage Violent. Well, I'm not sure if it was just that, because he did use the Serpent Wards, which get cleaned up, by the way. So that's the I assume the Butterfly. No, it's just the one component. It's a Talisman of Evasion, or rather, he already has the other two components. So it's an entire Butterfly up for QT now. And Swen really does not like to build up an MKB. He wants the critical strikes more than he wants anything else. BB3, as well as Mirage. The two Musketeers, the third one is on that mid lane.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been killed.
VP go for a 5-man smoke.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
BB3. Okay. They just let him take the Arcane Rune and he disappears. Rare G could have stunned him, I guess. I mean, I'm not sure why they let him get away with the Arcane Rune, but they have to wait now. You cannot let this Brewmaster initiate with the Primal Split while he has the Arcanes. His Primal Split is on a 90-second cooldown. For goodness sake, do not take a fight right now. As I say that, VP, they are postured forward. QT does not have any, big damage dealing items that he normally should have. The Daedalus, the BKB for survivability, I suppose, but he is going for the BKB and the Hurricane Pike Nest, so he's prioritizing survivability, and that's through all of his items. You take a Mantis Star, that's for survivability for the Dispel, Butterfly for the evasion, Hurricane Pike for the maneuverability, BKB for the debuff immunity. It's all built for survival. Because I suppose the idea is that they can outlast Liga. Apologies, I had a coughing bout.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Roshan is up, and so is the BKB for Takizawa. And Liga know that Roshan is underway. There is no way they do not know. The Force Spirit will be taken out, so at the very least, VP have some idea of where Liga are. As Liga initiated full force, but Rare G, he survives the initial jump. It's gonna be Cutie, held in by the roar. He is in trouble. Janter and Rare G both have fallen down. Roshan making his transition, but very low on his HP. Buybacks will come out from Rare G as the BB3. He has no split any longer, but he snatches the Aegis in the middle of the river. Liga team don't have their Swen, so how will they keep BB3 alive? He'll be sent up into the tornado, and with 4 heroes on top of him, he'll just be sent up into the air once more. And only his dead body will hit the floor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The supports were lost, but at the end of the day, Liga, they're unable to burst through one of these cores with the roar. Takizawa had his BKB up. Cutie had his... did not have a BKB at all. I mean, he was roared down, but still no damage coming out from that Beastmaster. Maybe the Shiva's Guard will switch things up, will change the dynamic of that fight, but
Radiant's middle tower is fortified.
I do think Liga are in some kind of trouble.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
Glyph will come out, and at the end of the day, neither side comes out with that Aegis, and that was something that VP were looking forward to. So they'll probably, you know, they won't have that big advantage. And Mirage will be able to farm up for his Shiva's Guard. Violent now, well, I mean, he has had the Daedalus for the past few fights. Sayuv's Ether Lens will come in handy. I think the Ether Lens on heroes like the Shadow Shaman is incredibly valuable because of the increased 250 increased cost range means your Hex, your Shackle, they come out from places you don't see coming. Tormentor will be picked up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
Katsura
tower is under attack.
does have, or rather, no, he was never gonna have the Cataclysm. He went for the Scholar of Korix facet. So he has the upgraded Ice Wall. That's very interesting. I suppose it's because of the fact that you have those so many melee cores on the other side. That upgraded Ice Wall, it does quite a lot. I mean, the roots coming in is honestly quite good. A 2.5 second root, as well as the root damage kicking in. Ooh, Rare G goes down, and that is a dieback. That is 70 seconds that the Tiny is not going to be available for. I wonder if Liga team will now stack up, group up as 5, perhaps go for something. Oh no. Violent, he's going to be spotted out by Katsura. No, he's there, but Katsura missed his tornado. The lines are being drawn towards that mid lane. They want to try and push, or at least push out this wave. It's surprising that Liga team are falling back to old habits where in the previous game, during that early to mid game transition, they played it passive. And they are playing it passive once more. I would imagine that the more you play this game in a passive way, the stronger VP you are going to get. Because of the fact that they have a Razor and the Shadow Fiend that scale up so well into the late game. Invoker as well scales up pretty nicely. I mean, honestly, Invoker just scales with his abilities more so than anything else. He'll just continue getting the orbs up. And in this game, the radial deafening blast is not even that bad. It's honestly pretty good. I know that the Invoker is probably going to go for the double Quaswex Exort bonuses, but the radial deafening blast is something to be considered against this many melee cores.
Radiant are scanning.
Pairs the Radiant Scan is not going to catch anyone as Katsura. He's playing this super careful. And he knows that someone was there. Great read coming in by Katsura. Just the simple fact that the entire map does appear to be dark for VP. As a Swen does finally go for that MKB, and at the same time it's going to be Takizawa who completes his butterfly. So this is essentially kind of a wasted butterfly. Now the butterfly doesn't mean that every single hit of the MKB is going to land on you. The butterfly still gives you some kind of evasion. It's not as much, of course, but it's still, you might miss 1 or 2 hits on this Razor and the Shadow Fiend. Oh no. Once again, the tornado. I suppose for Violent it's a bit of a, oh yes. However, Rare G, he found the toss-up. Violent does have that TP. Oh. Lucky he teleported right in time and did not waste any time trying to dish out some hits or trying to do something funny, because QD coming in with that much damage. That's just with the Chrysalis. Once he gets to that Daedalus, that teleport out is no longer going to be possible.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Rare G, another toss into Takizawa. It's on respect. Rare G did go down though. So I suppose it was a bit too overzealous of an attempt with the Shadow Fiend and the Invoker not nearby enough to dish out the hits on Jakiro too. Respect. Will stick around. So too will VP. They're not really abandoning this location. They're just
Dire's bottom
holding on strong.
attack.
Go for my top.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 3 towers being poked right now. Liga team forced on their own high ground to just huddle up together and get back. But this is surprising and honestly a bet of their own making, because they are playing it passive. Like, they have been playing it passive for the past 10 minutes. Their lineup is designed to fight, but they're not taking those fights. They are simply circling around the ring against an equally sized opponent. Rare G, that is someone they will initiate upon. However, the tombstone save comes out. Primal Split was also unleashed though, so Janter should go down. Meanwhile, it's Violent who attempts to go in on towards the Invoker, but Takizawa, he's going on strong with the Razor. Violent, his VKB will run out and even he will go down. Respect will fall as Liga team once again cannot close the gap. They can't catch anyone. BB3, maybe they can take out Rare G, but Katsura, he is here. BB3 unleashes his Refresher Orb and activates another split for another go around. Mirage with that BKB taking in so much damage from those critical strikes, and Mirage doesn't have any room to adjust. BB3, they will chase after this Bruling, you know they will. BB3, what is the escape plan? It doesn't really seem like he has one. BB3 will blink back, but Katsura was waiting in for him the entire time. Outplayed is completely the correct call from QT, as it does seem like Virtus Pro have taken the better team fights. And Liga team, due to the passive nature of their entire mid to late game, they've now bungled this one too. I do believe there was a big window where they could have taken those fights, where they could have taken down VP, but that room is now gone. It is too late to dwell in the past. At the end of the day, there will be a few buybacks, there will be a few lost Hail Marys left, as BB3 will initiate, but you have to remember he has no primal split. This time around he's trying to come in with a Ghost Scepter, but this is desperate at best, and he will go down, and in the end VP will brute force their way through the upper brackets. It's a cliff that will come out. Violent will go in once more, but he does not stack up to that Shadow Fiend. It will be VP who will receive the mercy call coming in from Liga. GG will be called, as Liga team will drop down to the lower brackets, and VP Prodigy will be making it further through the upper brackets. Oh man, that was not really what I expected from this game, because Liga, during certain parts of it, there was this window where their cores were a lot stronger. They were. Unfortunately, they didn't find the right initiations, and by the time the game, progressed onwards, by the time it reached the late game, this was what I was afraid of. The Razor scales too well against those melee cores. The Shadow Fiend, as a carry, destroys the Swen. Invoker is so good at control that you can't go against a Quaswex Invoker in that late game. And even that Undying, in the end, Liga team did play the laning phase really well, which was a bit surprising. But also was surprising the fact that when they could have fought, they chose not to. Now, Liga team is a phenomenal team, and I do believe they can have a great run, maybe even make it as far as the grand finals, but they'll have to do it from the lower brackets, where the threat of elimination is always going to be there. Of course, guys, we have 4 upper bracket matches for EPL today. This is just the first one, and it is exciting considering how the first one went back and forth, very even, because considering even up until the late game, there was barely 1,000 goal advantage for either side, right? So it did come down to the wire in that sense. So I'm excited to see the next game. That is going to be between team, I believe it's team ILbirs Esports. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, because it is it's going to be ILbirs Esports versus, I think it's against Team Lynx. So that might actually be one of the more one-sided series today. Of course, I don't know, I can't predict what's going to happen, but I can tell you that Team Lynx are supposed to be the heavy favorites. Team Lynx, who are coming in at the very top of the group stage chart. In fact, their standing is better than is as good as the Winter Bears. Both Winter Bears and Team Lynx were at the top with a 5-0 win, 10-2 scoreline, 13 points each. And Team Lynx should definitely be the favorites, but maybe the underdogs can pull something off. We will be off to a bit of a break. It is going to be around 40 minutes of a break, or rather 50 minutes of a break, but we will be back with EPL season number 34, the upper bracket playoffs. So make sure to come in and tune on in then. For now, guys can go, have yourselves a bit of a break, grab some tea, grab some maybe an evening snack, something like that. But make sure to come back after about 50 minutes for that second best of 3, and I will see you all then. German Pro League, the European edition, season number 34. In the playoffs, upper brackets is Team Lynx, a team in group number A that is at the very, or rather was at the very top of the group stage chart. Now they're in the playoffs. Team ILbirs Esports, they had a decent performance. I wouldn't necessarily call it something too out of the ordinary. And at the same time, ILbirs, they came in with 2 series wins and 3 series losses. They lost to Winter Bears, lost to Liga team, and also lost to Strong Boys. So it's going to be interesting to see how ILbirs actually stacks up against a team like Team Lynx. I costed Team Lynx just yesterday as Team Lynx played against Team Valinor, and I costed a few games of Team Lynx in the group stage too. Team Lynx is obviously, they came in only having lost 2 games in the 5 series that they did play. I would imagine the 7, Jesu, Meloju, Cubify. I mean, these are some heavy names. I've been costing them for quite a while back when Cracker, or Cubify, one of these two was with Passion UA. Melojoule as well, been seeing him around. And again, this is a team I believe on the rise. I do think this team can do pretty well, even though they haven't exactly come up with too many wins in any of the close qualifiers so far. I think I'm actually taking a look at their close qualifier run. The only close qualifier that they managed to qualify for was Dream League season number 28, but they lost that 7th to 8th place position against Navi, not Navi Junior, but the actual Navi. But the problem is, some of those Western Europe close qualifiers, they're pretty stacked. I mean, they are so incredibly. I mean, going into those close qualifiers, I mean, you need to have just a brain made of steel. Honestly, you need to have some real hard metal in order to make it through there. But over at EPL, it's not a qualifier, it's a tournament. And over here, you're playing for the prize pool. You're playing for that $20,000 infusion that keeps your team going. Team Lynx come out with the Tusk, the Morta, Underlord, as well as the Ringmaster, while Team ILbirs come out with the Tinker, surprising pick there, Hoodwink, Jakiro, and Beastmaster. So it's pretty even matchup, although I will say I'm a bit confused by this Tinker. I will actually just take a look at the rest of the lineups here just to be able to, or rather, some of the previous few matches for Team ILbirs. I want to make sure what this Tinker is all about. And apparently Team ILbirs, from the matches that I am taking a look at, they haven't exactly gone for the Tinker in any of their matches. So it is very surprising that they bring out the Tinker here and now. I mean, literally the last game they played against the Liga team, they brought out the Meepo. So there's certainly a few niche pocket picks available for them, but something like the Tinker, not too sure how that's going to work. And it is going to be a core Tinker at the end of the day. It's not a support Tinker that was in the meta, a few months ago. Back when the March of Machines used to start healing your allies up. So the position 4 or rather position 5 Tinker, both of them honestly did do really well. But here, I wonder how well the Tinker will do, especially since you are dealing with a Morta and you can't... you can laser the Morta down. That's always going to be the case. But the Morta also has the calling that she can disable your spells, she can disable your rearm, and also with the Whale activated, pretty much go toe-to-toe with the Beastmaster. So I do think that the Lynx are coming with quite the strong lineup. ILbirs will come out with that Pangolier.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You may now select your heroes.
Lashrak comes out by Team Lynx. Again, it's going to be interesting to see what exactly Team Lynx will be able to do. ILbirs, They also pick up a Pangolier now. Even when the Pangolier used to be in the meta, it had a barely a 33-34% win rate. So these are very surprising picks that I'm seeing from ILbirs. I wonder if they have a plan with this. I mean, they must have some kind of a plan, but I wonder if that plan will work out. I will give the overall draft win to Team Lynx though, simply because their draft seems a lot more meta centric. Simply seems a lot more stable.
10 seconds.
ILbirs is,
5 seconds.
if this Tinker pops off, you all know what the Tinker can do, right? And then you have that Pangolier as well, so probably the Pangolier can also do quite a bit of something. It's an offlane Pangolier, so it's still, Morta is probably pretty good against that Pango. You can use that dead shot in between of the Pangolier's shield crash or even swashbuckle, maybe even disable it, but it's very hard for the Pangolier to actually come out with the rolling thunder, especially with the silence and the disrupt from the dead shot coming in. So it is a rough offlane. I don't expect the Pangolier to be able to do much, and at the same time, once those team fights start breaking out, Vladik can come in with the Underlord. He's playing against a Beastmaster as the carry, and the Beastmaster's boars are probably not going to be able to do much against that Firestorm, against the pit that can come out, and you always have to consider the fact that you don't want to feed the boars to the Underlord, because not because of the gold that the boars give, that's aside, but because of the fact that Underlord's Atrophy Aura increases his damage depending on how many units die in his AoE. So the boars dying from the Beastmaster is only going to infuse this Underlord with additional damage.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Тихонечко себя ведем.
Prepare for battle.
Hmm.
Seconds to battle.
I will talk a bit about the laning phase once the laning phase actually starts. Rain, unfortunately, dropped down the Observer ward right in front of Melojule. There'll be a sentry ward there, as Rain ideally wants to take out the sentry too. Will be able to find this, so does get a fair bit of experience, while Excess Vampire will be able to get a fair bit of gold. And then Excess Vampire is actually one of the tier 2 to tier 3 tournament champions. So this was last year, but still not someone to be underestimated. EGX, I believe I've seen him around. So it's, even though you do have 4 players on ILbirs who are not Liquipedia verified, simply because they don't have too many Liquipedia standings available, it's still, I think this roster can do pretty well. We'll have to see. Ooh, with the dagger actually, Cubify can take out the boars all by himself. I didn't even actually consider that. It's the fact that you can flat damage per second 2 creeps out there. 100 damage to a single creep. The boar doesn't actually have too much HP. It's 300 HP, and that means the dagger, with duration of which is 4, will always be able to take out that boar. Meanwhile, Kowal, or rather Mazzarello, needs to be a bit careful. I will update the Lynx logo after a while. Hopefully, we'll get a pause, or while and like I can do that. Vladik though able to pick up a kill on Kowal very early on. He thinks there is a vision there, or rather no, he's pointing at that sentry that he ideally wants to deward. With EGX, his priorities are on the lane and on the lane only. Hmm. Vladik, or rather Cubify, able to use the Whiplash, send EGX back. But this is a lane that I think Vladik and EGX, both of these two, will be fine in. I think it's just going to be a battle of these supports whacking each other with all of their spells. And while the Jakiro is ideally supposed to be the stronger of the two supports here, you have to consider Cubify's overall impact in the lane being able to secure tempo for Vladik, making sure that he can continue his farm. Meanwhile, towards that mid lane, it's Rain who, or rather, it is Rain, or rather Tinker. I'll just call him Tinker because his Liquipedia name is a bit confusing. Melojule doing pretty well against the Tinker so far. 15 CS as opposed to the Tinker's 12 is not exactly a clear outplay, but it's the beginnings of one. And the Tinker needs to be careful. Sure, Melojule has not gone for the Misanthropy facet, he has gone for the Chronoptic Nourishment, but that doesn't mean that the Leshrac doesn't come in with a lot of damage either. He still does quite a bit.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And at the end of the day, the lasers, while, always being that ability that the Leshrac struggles with, or rather any hero struggles with, is to be able to secure last hits with, Melojule has a Lightning Storm, so he can and will be able to secure more last hits, despite of the laser coming in. So that is something to keep in mind. Melojule actually taking in quite a bit of damage. I mean, it's the fact that you have the level 2 laser, and once this laser hits level 5, perhaps Melojule will be in additional danger. But right now, he wants to be able to secure a kill, but the Fairy Fire kicks in from Rain and keeps the Tinker going. At the same time, towards that bot lane, Mortha carry. Again, we don't see too many Mortha carries, but against the Beastmaster, I think 7 Jesu will have a great time as long as he doesn't get hit by that roar and dies within the duration of it. You can get hit by the roar, but then you need some saves, and I think that Lynx had the perfect hero for the saves. We saw it in that last series with... Oh. Rain. Tinker fell towards that mid lane. It's actually going to be Melojule who has another Lightning Storm, and with the additional hits coming in, Cubify will be able to pick up that double. And he gets a twofer for essentially just the one hero he wanted to target. And he didn't even want to target anyone. He wanted to come in to secure the water rune. Seven Jesu. Or rather Norma. Going on towards Cracker. Acorn shot comes out. Tinker, well, there's going to be a bit of a pause. EGX though. DS, I'm assuming that's a disconnect. Someone has disconnected. And actually that gives me time to insert the logo. I will quickly find the Lynx logo. I believe I did have it at one point, but then I don't know, I no longer have it apparently. But it is now... And it's only the one logo that I need because ILbirs logo is already there. There we go. You guys should be able to see Team Lynx over there on the top left hand side. Brought to you by some of my bare bones production. I mean, the least I can do is add in the logos, of course. That it doesn't really seem to be any problem. Hmm. Game will still be paused, but fret not,
First time.
my fellow EPL viewers.
Nothing down here.
We 7 Jesuits at first time. I love that meme. I don't know if you guys have seen that meme, but it is one of the funnier memes. I do find memes funny though. I have a very low bar for laughing at a meme. I wonder if EGX was there for a recent tournament that I did, but I'll have to actually go back and take a look. But I mean, the game is paused, so might as well go take a look. Let's see. No, EGX was not there. But that's okay. EGX is here, before us. So we get to see him, the rest of ILbirs, and Lynx. And again, it's the upper brackets. It doesn't really matter what your standing is, in the sense that you all the 8 teams that do qualify end up in the upper brackets. You know, you eventually drop down if you lose, and I suppose your overall standing in the group determines who you play against. So for example, Lynx, who were at the very top of the group stage chart, went at it against Team ILbirs, who are at, I believe, we're at the 4th place position. We're at the bottom of the qualifying teams in their respective groups. Yeah, they were at 4th place position. Valinor was 5th and they got eliminated. Navi Junior failed to win a single series. They were eliminated. And Liga team, the team that we saw just before this series, went at it against Virtus Pro. So VP were 2nd. They played against Liga team, who were 3rd. And I believe by the same conversion, Strong Boys will be playing at it against Inner Circle. I wish them the best of luck. I mean, Strong Boys are truly strong, but Inner Circle are also strong. I mean, Strong Boys come in with Bashka and Stoikov, Ponlo too. They certainly are. So certainly a stacked roster there. Hmm. Tinker going to reconnect. Cubify to receive a tip. EGX going to ask the question that is on all our minds. Is the go call? Lynx will be wondering about that question, thinking, pondering over it. If they want to play, resume this game, or just, leave the other side lying in wait. Add a bit of mystery. But the game will resume. Cubify is there towards that mid side. They want to take out this Tinker once more. I wonder though if they'll be able to do it. The March of the Machines is going to wear off, down on cooldown for about 20 seconds as Cracker makes his way there. The dagger is going to miss. Another dagger that's going to land, but you do have quite the force here. But Melojoule, he is going to come in. Excess Vampire should be going down too with the body blocks coming in from Cubify. There is another Lightning Storm available. Cracker, their spells are on cooldown, but you do have another dagger, and that should be another kill confirmed. Cubify ends it with the killing spree.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And man oh man, Lynx are playing this super quick. And the fact of the matter is, they didn't go for the Misanthropy, so now you can see that the Edict dishes out damage to tower. And despite of the fact that you have the March of the Machines, this tower is going to fall. There is nothing you can do about that. And Lynx, this is probably going to be one of those games where they try to go for all-out pushes across each and every single lane. And right now, they are still waiting for that Tinker, who is a pretty vulnerable hero in the early game before he hits his 6. I mean, he's vulnerable after he hits his 6 too. It's a defense matrix which gives him his survivability and the Blink Dagger. But so far, he don't have the Blink. Shrine of Wisdom. Ooh, great bushwhack coming in by Excess Vampire. He holds off on the Shrine of Wisdom take, but in the end, Melojoule will be able to acquire it. Cubify is here with a whiplash on that Jakiro. He will tame that twin-headed dragon. Cracker might be going down, but the escape act does come out. Unfortunately for Cracker, he doesn't actually have a boost of speed, so he will fall. Norma will grab that kill, but in the end, Lynx are playing this so fast, and ILbirs are struggling to keep up. 7 Jesu, the carry in a bit of danger. No level 6 available for him. This is a great pickup to be found. Cubify unable to support that carry as Norma heads on over, steamrolling forward with that Rolling Thunder. Cubify, he'll throw out the whiplash, but he is the one that will be tamed instead, as Norma ends it with a triple kill. A great turnaround. I mean, ILbirs desperately, or rather truly needed something to happen which countered out all of this tempo that Lynx were bringing in. And they do find a response. Norma is incredibly farmed on that Pangolier. He is at the very top of the net worth chart, 4.1 thousand gold, and will have that very early Diffusal Blade. Now the Diffusal Blade from the Pangolier doesn't really... It's good, but he's not going for a Diffusal. He's going for that Guardian Greaves, which I suppose is fine. But I remember this was one of the, in my earlier days as a caster, you know, I do a bit of content creation. I spoke to Zebe, the former offlane player for Avulus, and he spoke about the offlane Pangolier. It's like, you have a Pangolier, he goes offlane, he builds a pipe, you know, and where normally the Rolling Thunder is supposed to be that big devastating ability, suddenly with a pipe on the Pangolier, it's like there's a Rolling Thunder. There's not too much the Pangolier is going to be doing when he doesn't have, you know, some tempo based items. And at the end of the day, survival items for the Pangolier also means that you're going to be having survivability too, just courtesy of the fact that there's limited damage coming out. Melojoule almost has that Kaya. He didn't go for that Blink Dagger, so that should give ILbirs some leeway. How much leeway though? Well, that's still something yet to be decided. Melojule with that Smoke of Deceit, and the Kaya, the fact of the matter is his mana regen is off the charts, and for that Tinker, seems like they want to make a play. Norma goes in, he has that mechanism, so he has that survivability, and Cracker is very low, but the Drinking Buddies kicks in, and Cracker will be able to run back. Excess Vampire will dodge the taunt, but the Wheel of Wonder does finally catch up to him. It's the dead shot that enabled that play. Roar comes out, however, the Fields Gate comes in, but it's still ILbirs going on strong. However, Cracker with that snowball buys enough time for 7 Jets to stay alive. Enough so that they finally take out EGX. Now, 7 Jetsu did die, but ILbirs do have to get back. At the end of the day, though, they still do come up with the better trade. A carry for a carry, but a support to be the difference.
To the impurities.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Seen someone bleed out in a bit?
Excess Vampire. Or rather, EGX almost has that Aghanim Scepter, so EGX is doing pretty okay for himself. I mean, 5,500 in terms of net worth. He may be nearly at the bottom of the core list, but he's still ahead of 7 Jessup. The Immortal, who almost has that Maelstrom. But once you do have that Maelstrom, his farming capacity should increase, but the same can be said about that Beastmaster. That Aghanim Scepter propels that Beastmaster to farm up very quick with that increased attack speed, that increased damage that comes in. He can go from camp to camp. His next item, the Blink Dagger, also accelerates his farm. So it just seems like EGX, the more he farms, the faster his farm becomes. It's like a well-oiled machine. Illusion Rune does get picked up though. As Cubify, he has his very own Blink Dagger. I mean, Cubify, he's 3-1 and 4, so it's expected that Cubify will be farmed up. But no, it's not his Blink Dagger. That's what I was thinking. I was like, why does Cubify have a Blink Dagger before Melojule does? Turns out he doesn't. Melojule with a Blink Dagger, he wants to take out EGX. They see him. And because EGX stuck for that one creep, that will be the last creep he'll be able to get for about 30 seconds. Meanwhile, towards the side, it's a Jakiro that will go down. As Melojule has his Edict coming back online, but he wants to go for Excess Vampire, lands that perfect split Earth, and even though the dead shot does not land, Excess Vampire is going to be dead. They've left Vladik towards that bot lane to continue farming up for his own Aghanims. They have the Pipe of Insight built up on the Underlord, so even if ILbirs decide to go for a potential initiation, the Fiend's Gate can come out and then the Underlord can come in through the gate. Meanwhile, Tinker, with his very own Blink, farming up like a monster. Sanj and Kaya built up for this Tinker. He's certainly going to be a very valuable factor for the side of ILbirs. The only question is, how much value can he provide? And if Lynx are able to take this Tinker down, now they have the perfect combo of some great frontline with this Beastmaster as a carry, and some perfect combo of utility coming in from that Tinker. Perhaps the best hero to bring utility in, because you can just rearm and reuse the utility. Malajul saw the Jakiro. It's because of this observer reward. It is going to expire, but it has honestly paid off dividends several times over. EGX, they also got a whiff of him. Whiplash is going to send him back, and he is going to get taunted, but he's not even going to make it towards the whale. He'll just fall before he can. It's also going to be the Tinker in massive amounts of danger. Melojule is not taking in much damage at all. Norma, even with the Guardian Greaves coming in, cannot do much to protect his team, as ILbirs have lost 3 heroes in back-to-back succession, and in the end, Melojule with his edict melts this tower. The glyph will come out, and temporarily Lynx will go back, but 17 minutes in, a 6,000 net worth advantage. Cubify will get picked up by Norma, certainly a good kill to be found, but the question is, what exactly is Norma going for? Because if it's not damage, if it's just utility, it's going to be a struggle for ILbirs. Now the Beastmaster finally does get his Aghanims. This was supposed to come around 2 to 3 minutes earlier, but he just kept getting picked off. He's 1-3-1, but he can recover if he finds the timing for his Blink Dagger, and maybe ILbirs to just stick together and be doing the initiating rather than being the ones who get constantly jumped by Lynx. The plunge forward for Tinker from his innate keeping him alive, or rather not from his innate, from that facet, the translocator, which also applies a dispel on him, but it is a basic dispel, so these stuns require strong dispel, so he's not gonna dispel away from that, but can dispel his away from the gate. EGX holding his position. You can take a look at how little the sharpshooter actually does to the Underlord. He doesn't even care about that amount of damage. 20% magic resistance for an overall 50% magic resist, which means the sharpshooter that does about 600 damage only deals about 300 damage to the Underlord, and he has about 2500 HP. A snowball chasing after the rolling thunder is quite interesting. It kind of feels like you're skiing down a mountain, escaping an avalanche. Oh no, EDX! They got him down. Cubify with the Tame the Beasts, as the rest of ILbirs, or at least Excess Vampire, is trying to run away. Now Cubify will fall to Norma, as Norma picks up a decent kill, but in the end it's Lynx who are able to pick up the 2 EGX alongside that support. Melojule has not gone down a single time, neither has Vladik. In fact, the majority of the kills for ILbirs, 7 out of their 9 kills, are just on these 2 supports, that the Ringmaster and the Tusk. 3 and 4 deaths each. Norma, no Rolling Thunder available, but Melojule does not have too much mana, so cannot actually continue or press the issue. Will just go back to farm up. But with the Chronoptic Nourishment coming in, Melojule can regenerate most of his mana back up very easily. And also has that Yasha in Kaya, so also has that mana regen amplification coming in, which works with his Chronoptic Nourishment.
Some people call me friends. I call them co-stars.
Tinker is teleporting in, has that Shiva's Guard. The problem is, there's going to be the gate incoming. Melojule in possession of that Aegis will end up losing it, but they want that Tinker and they want him now. The pit not really going to come out. I fumbled there, as I was saying. A gate. It's actually going to be Cubify. He will be able to throw down his Wheel of Wonder. Norma is not going to get taunted by it, but does get stuck inside of the pit. Ends up eating that dagger. However, this isn't that bad for ILbirs. Their Tinker is still going on strong, and Melojule doesn't have the Aegis, so could actually end up going down. Excess Vampire is chasing after him as Norma also goes in, but the snowball save is going to come in, at least temporarily. But in the end, EGX is here as the difference maker this time around. ILbirs will be the ones to punish Lynx.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
7 Jesu able to get back a bit.
Invisibility!
Better than an ace note. This thing is solid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Rain. Wheel of Wonder is not going to catch him, but the rest of Lynx will. Nullified down and will fall. Vladik coming in with the perfect item to take out that Tinker. And right now, what the Tinker really needs isn't that Dagon he's building up, it's that BKB. Otherwise, this Nullifier will just crush him. Vladik, inside of the Macropyre, is the Bushwhack that will also come out. It is a fair bit of damage, and they should be able to bring him down. Cubify will teleport away. And at the end of the day, the game is slowly approaching a stalemate. This lead that Lynx have isn't as big as one would think, because ILbirs, even though they're 9,000 behind, sure, it's a significant amount, but they still do have the Tinker with the Shivas, and the Blink, and the Yasha, and Sanj and Kaya. They still have the Beastmaster, who is farming up. Sure, he's farming up very slowly, but will eventually have that Blink Dagger and maybe his own Shiva's Guard. They still have Norma with the Pangolier, who does come in with some high impact, at least in terms of sustain, keeping his team alive, and that disruption through his rolling thunder. At the very least, he can dish out the stuns. But with all that said and done, all of that boxed in, it's still a question mark of whether or not they can contest against 7 Jesu, because he has not showed up truly to those team fights. So all of these team fights are happening without the 17,000 net worth present for Lynx. What happens when he does decide to join? Is the BKB arriving for 7 Jesu? I think the Jakiro should get back. He'll be lucky that Melojule will not spot him out. It is going to be Excess Vampire though, who does go down. 764 damage in less than what I imagine, or what I expect would, or estimate was just a few seconds at best. Oh, Jakiro? Wonder what he was doing there. I feel like he was a bit lost. It's a Tinker who gets caught, and immediately the gate comes in. However, Tinker was able to blink away. Snowball is going to be there, and it's another pit being used, but the Tinker is still going on strong. And now 7 Jesu activates that whale. They're still not able to take him out, though he does get caught in once more. Is trying to go for the teleport away, but the dead shot comes in from 7 Jesu. They find the mark, and they take out the Tinker. But man, oh man, did it look difficult. And can they do that constantly, particularly when EGX joins, when the rest of ILbirs are ready and waiting? I'm not so sure. I think that 7 Jesu really needs a higher amount of damage. He is building up to that with that Chrysalis and eventually that Daedalus, or maybe that Revenant's Brooch, depending on how he what he chooses. The whale is there, but he will not be able to activate it. EGX coming up with the perfect kill, getting about 861 gold. That is massive for the Beastmaster.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're still doing pretty okay, all things considered, and I do think that Lynx are not Lynx are in a bit of trouble. They're in a bit of a bind. Now Melojule does have his shiny BKB and is going towards that Shiva's guard. Perhaps that should help them dish out some more damage, but the Tinker does have that Dagon and that Shiva's, right? So the damage output coming in from the Tinker is quite a lot. With that level 3 rearm, the 1.25 seconds that it takes, he's Dagon every 1.25 seconds, 400 damage every 1.25 seconds. So think about it like this: it's 300 damage every 1 second. Roshan will roar. Lynx, can they actually take this down in time? It does seem like they have so much damage and will be able to acquire the Aegis as well as that banner. But the Bushwhack comes in from Excess Vampire. I think Norma is probably going to go in too, but the Fiend's Gate comes in towards that backline. It is Vladik as well as Melojule here to say hello, and the Tinker may just be saying his final goodbyes.
Radiant are scanning.
Excess Vampire deciding to go back, or just rather hide in the trees, And this time around, the taking out the Tinker did not look so hard. 7jesu continuing to farm up. The lines are being drawn. Apparently, the Tinker wants EGX to take out the Mortha, but it's hard since the Tusk is right there. And one snowball save is all it takes to dismantle the Roar. Vladik finds yet another pit, which has quite a lot of AoE coming in. .500 radius from the Pit of Malice upgraded to a scepter is, oh man, it's hard, I would say, but not impossible. This is one of those games where the net worth isn't indicative of the kind of the state of the game we're in. At the end of the day, both teams have the capacity to win a fight. It's just how you approach the fight. And the number one thing for ILbirs is that they cannot lose their Tinker. They can't lose their Tinker and they can't lose the Beastmaster. Those two heroes are crucial, critical to their team fight. I understand it's you know, they're the carry in the mid, but it's not so simple. It's the fact that
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Lynx can actually fight. Well, or rather, most of Lynx's heroes bring equal distribution to these team fights. Norma did go in, but the roll-up came out from, or rather, the roll-up came out from Norma. Melazul was the one who went in, but they will take out excess Vampire. They will consider that a tiny win. Melazul, will he go across the gate? Does seem like it, especially with the Jakiro nearby. He will go down. They won't actually catch EGX, and I suppose this is fine, because as long as ILbirs do not lose their Hoodwink or their Jakiro, I think they're in an okay position. I wouldn't say they're in a great position, but it's not the end of the world. It's not, you know, alarm bells may be ringing, but it's not code red. We're at code something. I don't actually know what the different codes are. I only know code red, and that too from just the shows that I watch. Oh no, Norma. No Rolling Thunder available, and they know it. He does have that roll up, but where is he really going to go? He has nowhere to go, and he will be brought down, but the defense matrix actually kicks in. Tinker keeps his offlaner safe. And does want to go in for some lasers, but need to be careful because 7jesu is here, and he packs in a world of hurt with that Daedalus, and look at how fast that Tinker melts. Another Fiend's Gate coming in. And again, that was a bit too overzealous from Reina. Tier 1 tower is still up, which means the teleports that can come in, and not even the teleports, it's even the fact that you can come in through the gate if 7jesu is nearby his Underlord. And that essentially means that the Tinker, he's not a frontliner. Now, it's deceptive how much he can tank, but he can't tank that much. Not against a Mortha.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Norma. Cracker is gonna go in. Wheel of Wonder is going to be sent out, and Norma never even had a chance. 7jesu will be able, or rather will be picking up that monster kill streak, and right now this Mortha packs in around 4,500 gold, will be going for that Silver Edge, and will have that break mechanism kick in to disable the Drums of Slom, the Aghanim Scepter upgrade of the Beastmaster. Now the BKB will in fact disable the break instead, or rather dispel, I mean, the break won't work. when he has that BKB. And he has a refresher, so he'll essentially have the 2 BKB uses, the 2 roars too, so EGX has some protection against that Silver Edge. I really doubt the Silver Edge is going to do much. Which makes me think maybe 7jessu should go back to decide whether or not he wants to continue with the Silver Edge path. Maybe getting a Butterfly or even a Satanic isn't that bad of an idea. There's an Observer Ward on top of Excess Vampire, and he will realize that there is some kind of information present there. Oh no. That is one of the worst case scenarios that can possibly happen. EGX falling without a buyback for the next 90 seconds, for at least requires 90 gold. Oh no, that is even worse. The Tinker has that BKB and needs to desperately make it back to that fountain. He will still be able to dish out those lasers and throw out the Shiva's Guard, but can he actually survive with this BKB now run out? Rain will go down. Norma will be able to make it back to his high ground, but this is not good. The Tinker is down for about 80 seconds. Beastmaster's buyback requires about 50 gold. He should be able to buy back whilst they're on this high ground, so that they shouldn't be able to acquire mega creeps. But at the end of the day, they're still going to have to try and defend 4v5. Vladik with about 181 bonus damage coming in from his Atrophy Aura. Lynx have broken through, and ILbirs scrambling to mount up some kind of a defense. But it looks like paper to 7jessu, as he did go for the Silver Edge. A fatal blow to ILbirs' high ground. It's
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Coming so far to only to just die one by one outside of your base. Norma, well, he does have that Rolling Thunder, but 7jessu's waiting for him on the other side. I'm not even, you know, Norma, I'm not even gonna say Norma was farming or something like that. I mean, EGX died, Tinker died, 2 of your cores died one by one. Why can't Norma die, you know? Like, he also has a heart. And he was split pushing, like cutting the only wave on which Lynx don't have super creeps. So at the end of the day, at least that achieves some kind of an objective for ILbirs. And it is a bit, I don't know. It does seem a bit disappointing, because I don't think until those 2 barracks felt, I think that ILbirs actually had a pretty good shot. They had a BKB refresher Beastmaster, and if you're able to use these 2 things and have that full duration team fight with the Tinker beside you, I think you can actually fight back. But what I saw wasn't much of a fight. It was just karate between a black belt and someone with a white belt.
Are scanning.
EGX Is he going to go for an initiation? His position does get revealed, but he's lucky that Melojule doesn't see him. Actually, no, EGX wants to go in, but the BKB came out from Melojule. He's not dying. EGX, he has to get back. A refresher orb used, so he does have another BKB to play with, but in the end, they are kind of boxed into a corner. Lynx able to hold their ground, but it's actually the Tinker who does charge on forward. Norma actually goes in. Now the Morta is very far away. Cubify does go down, so perhaps this Tinker can get the job done, but as his BKB wears off, they will descend upon him. Excess Vampire also goes down. Chikiro going to teleport out as a Gleipnir was about to reach him. And again, no buyback on that Tinker. I don't know if Lynx realized this or not, but Tinker upgraded his Dagon from level 1 to level 3.
Very well.
So that means he spent 2,500 gold. They will realize he has no buyback when they start poking at these tier 4s and are pleasantly surprised with the fact that no one's actually coming to defend. And the thing is, EGX only has one BKB left. They don't have a glyph. Their throne is going to fall, and there's nothing they can do. ILbirs will lose game number 1. Team Lynx will be able to acquire a very convincing win, despite of the fact that, at least in my opinion, ILbirs had the means to defend, had the means to win the game, even though it was obviously very hard. The odds were stacked up against them, but before their 2 barracks fell, they had a carry farmed up, a Tinker farmed up, and a Tinker farmed up is very tough to beat with a high ground that is intact. Very easy to take down with a high ground that has been broken apart. And at the end of the day, that is what led Lynx to their victory. But may not be what leads Lynx to the series win, because the series is yet remaining. ILbirs, maybe they can come in with some adjustments, maybe some draft changes, because if they want to pick up niche heroes and play a very stable meta, that's not gonna work. Either you pick up a stable meta and play it the stable way, and that's perhaps what I would like to see from Lynx. Or maybe, perhaps go for the Meepo that they brought out against Liga Gaming. We will be off to a short break, but we will resume with EPL right after it, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned, guys. It'll only take about 5 to 10 minutes, and I will see you on the other side. the Cringe Station, Lunar Snake, or sorry, I apologize for that. Welcome back to the EPL European Edition, season number 34. We are in the upper bracket of the playoffs. Lynx versus ILbirs Esports. They're going at it against each other. Team Lynx currently 1 game up, as they looked like the heavy favorites of the tournament. I'm not gonna lie, they honestly looked pretty darn strong. ILbirs, can they actually come up with the win here? They're going for much of the same hero picks: the Beastmaster, the Hoodwink, the Warlock. Not exactly sure of what they're going to be able to do, but it does seem like with the Nyx Assassin picked up on the other side, there is a window of opportunity that exists in the laning phase where Lynx are going to be potentially very weak. ILbirs need to exploit that weakness, and maybe through that they can come up with the win. As I mean, honestly, Vladik on that Underlord looked super strong. The Gyrocopter carry as well, pretty good against the Beastmaster, hit the boards and all the units. Nyx Assassin is really adept at hunting the Hoodwink and the Warlock, so you need to make sure that you can delay the Nyx Assassin's Vendetta from coming online, at least for the first 10 to 11 minutes, and if you can do that, you can start to scale up. Now, as far as what other cores ILbirs have to actually go for, that's something we'll have to see.
Dire team ban.
ILbirs actually picking up the Mars here. That's certainly interesting. I mean, it's a great hero both with and against the Gyrocopter, because the arena works both ways, right? The arena means that your enemy's projectiles, they're not going to be entering inside of the arena. So ILbirs, as long as they fight inside of it, keep the Gyro on the outside, perhaps they can take out the rest of Lynx and deal with the Gyrocopter later. However, if the Gyrocopter is inside of the arena, then their priority should be to burst the Gyrocopter down. I think both of those two approaches work, but you cannot have a situation where the Gyrocopter survives, Underlord then comes in with the Fiend's Gate, and Lynx try to turn the team fight around, because then the amount of damage coming in from the flat cannons may be too much for the Hoodwink and the Warlock, maybe too much for the Beastmaster, and so you just need to avoid that contingency, or avoid that scenario entirely.
Dire team ban.
Lynx will ban out that Ember Spirit, as ILbirs still thinking about their last ban. I mean, they just got to their last ban, but they are thinking about it. And to be honest, they have done the majority of the thinking as far as the two teams are concerned, because you look at the reserve time, they're down to about the 19 seconds. What is going to be their mid laner, that's probably what they're thinking of, and it does seem like they're most likely going to go towards the Queen of Pain or a Storm Spirit. I'd be surprised if it's a Void Spirit, but it's always possible. I think the Queen of Pain is the best here, because the Storm Spirit has too much mana, and the Nyx Assassin, if he goes for the mana burn facet, that would be pretty strong against the Storm.
5 seconds remaining.
Even if he doesn't go for the mana burn facet, just the Nyx Assassin is really strong against the Storm Spirit in general. At least for as long as you have the element of surprise. But the Nyx Assassin is visible, then a Storm with the BKB will just destroy the Nyx Assassin. Let's see what it will be as ILbirs. If you want to go for a tanky hero that the Nyx Assassin can't touch, then perhaps just go for the tiny pick. That is always an option.
5 seconds remaining.
As they're still currently thinking about it.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, that's interesting. They'll actually go to for a life stealer, so this means that this Beastmaster is going to be on the mid lane. And please don't tell me that this Mars is on the mid lane. I saw Spirit Academy try it twice. It worked out horribly, even though their Mars 86 played amazing. So the Mars mid seems like even if you do really well, it still isn't enough.
5
So
seconds
Lynx,
remaining.
they see the fact that either the Beastmaster or the Mars is going to be on the mid lane. So who will they pick up for their own mid? Is it going to be a tempo-based pick like the Queen of Pain, or maybe this is just the Storm Spirit or the Void Spirit, either one of those three, or is it going to be something like the Tiny? Ideally, not a melee-based Spirit or the Tiny. Ideally, it should be the Queen of Pain, because it does seem like you can pack a punch with that Sonic Wave. You can roam around with the next Assassin. You know, you have that element of surprise coming in too. Just blinking in out of nowhere, being able to take out at least one or two heroes. The Warlock and the Hoodwink are easy targets for the Queen of Pain. Oh wow, that is something I did not see coming. It is going to be a Keeper of the Light that comes out from their side. Melojule. This is obviously a pick that a lot of European tier 2 to tier 3 teams do like to play. The Keeper of the Light. It's honestly, it's become standard as far as the tier 2 to tier 3 circuit goes. Every now and then we see this mid pick coming out. It either works or it doesn't. At the same time, offers you that element of surprise. It offers you that team fighting capacity. Once you get to that tiny, you know, shiny lotus that attracts you like a mosquito to a buzzer, it's something that can work out, also something that can't work out. It just depends. ILbirs, if they can catch this Keeper of the Light, they should be able to take him down. You have the Beastmaster, the Mars, the Lifestealer heroes that can, you know, you can infest in the Mars. The Mars can go in with the Arena, Spear, Skewer, just take out the Keeper of the Light. You can infest in the Beastmaster too and achieve the same result. And it will be a Beastmaster on that mid lane. I am so glad that it's not the Mars on the mid. It's just going to be a standard Mars off lane. Excess Vampire on the Hoodwink, Warlock support. I think this is a pretty even draft. At the same time, ILbirs is obviously playing a carry that is not going to scale as well as 7 Jesu will on the Gyrocopter. The Lifestealer is obviously always going to be behind in that late game, but in that early to mid game is going to be a lot stronger and will probably have the easier time to farm. And that is something that ILbirs struggled with last game, but probably won't struggle with this game.
Prepare for battle. Thirty seconds to battle.
I wonder, it's probably just the Hoodwink on the offlane, right? As in the offlane lane. It's I know Normal is the offlaner, but Hoodwink's probably the soft support. It will just be the 2 bounty runes, or no, it's actually going to be Cubify who will be able to steal the bounty rune away from AGX. So he does do a good job at that, as It is a bit of a decent head start. It's not exactly overwhelmingly good, but it's still a bit of something as Excess Vampire takes out that sentry ward, dewards his camp. Nicely done by him. I think it's because of the fact they had this observer ward in their own jungle that they were able to spot out that sentry blocking the camp. As towards that top lane, it is going to be Cubify as well as the Underlord versus the Hoodwink as and the Lifestealer. And I think that Cubify taking in a lot of damage. I think this is not that bad of a lane. I mean, Cubify, sure, he is going to struggle to get his levels up, but Vladik shouldn't. Vladik is playing a hero that can just essentially farm up. Lifestealer shouldn't be able to take him out, and Cubify should be just soaking up experience, roaming around where he can. Right now, he might just end up giving away first blood. Cubify, he wants to try and stack up against Excess Vampire. May actually just be able to get the Hoodwink. Excess Vampire goes down. Cubify ends up calculating that down to a T. And will actually farm the wave instead. Oh man, Cubify certainly playing that one really well. He knows that Excess Vampire is on the chase. He's chasing the Nyx Assassin like an actual vampire. And Cubify is just playing around with the Hoodwink at this point. Blood Grenade will also be thrown out, so Excess Vampire just used his 50 gold. And this time around, may be able to get the kill. The Observer Ward just does spot Cubify out. Excess Vampire, Bushwhack lands. One more hit should do the trick, and it will be a return kill that goes the way of Excess Vampire and will enable his Acorn shot now coming online. Level 2 for the Hoodwink, level 2 for the Nyx Assassin. Overall, pretty good for both sides. And I forgot, I will add in the logo now. So the logo is there. Meanwhile, mid lane, I spoke about this Keeper of the Light versus the Beastmaster. I think the Beastmaster should be fine, honestly. At the same time, I think the Keeper of the Light should be fine too. Neither side actually comes in with a heavy, brutal advantage. I mean, sure, you have the wild access, but I think the advantage truly comes in once this Beastmaster hits his level 6, and then you can use the Roar, bring in a fellow support to take Melojule down. Oh, EGX has the Rage, but needs to be careful because Vladik honestly hits for quite a lot. It's actually going to be Norma towards that bot lane who is going to go down. 7 Jesu able to pick up the kill. EGX's courier was also sniped out. I'm not sure by who or what actually took out his courier, but it did go down. As even EGX goes down. This is not looking too good. They're losing their cores super early on. It's not just the Lifestealer, but also the fact that the Mars went down towards that bot lane, and the Mars doesn't have too much CS. He's only about 14 CS. Sure, Vladik doesn't have as much either, but Vladik's busy with killing. You know, and Vladik's essentially playing a solo offlane. I mean, the Nyx Assassin isn't really contributing a whole lot. Is just pulling the waves, being a bit of a menace here and there, doing what little he can. Melojule sends out his Illuminate. It's actually going to be Excess Vampire who will in the end go back.
Are fortified.
Warlock in a bit of a bind, but it's actually going to be Norma in a bit of a bind too. Excess Vampire is going to bind Lynx. Cracker will go down, and 7 Jetsu does have to get back, but you have to remember he has 7 wand charges as well as a Fairy Fire, so the dire side can't actually chase him that far. At the same time, EGX has been left to his own devices towards our top lane, and he's a life stealer. He doesn't have too many devices. Oh, Impale is actually gonna miss Cubify. I don't normally see Cubify miss his skill shots, so I will, you know,
Dire's top tower
keep the screen on Cubify for a bit.
Dire's
Jakiro is here, and Cubify gets a chance at redemption. If he can land this Impale, they should be able to take EGX down. He does find it, and has Cracker landed the Ice Path. Vladik will be able to pick up yet another kill, or rather, Vladik's first kill, but it's EGX's second death. And now, Cobalt comes in again. But it is a bit too late. Mazzarello, he's already lost his carry. And now, Cubify, he's coming in once more. This time around, wants to instead poke at the Warlock just a little bit. Meadowjewel is here as another Impale comes on towards EGX, but unfortunately, EGX has disconnected. I wonder why he didn't use the rage, and this is awkward. Honestly, I think Lynx should let him go. Should just, because he would have been able to use the rage. Now, where he would have possibly been able to run to, who knows? I don't think he would have been able to actually run away from this position while there are 3 heroes here. But still, maybe do the gentleman thing, because it is at the end of the day, you're 1 game up. And I'm not going to blame them if they do decide to take the kill here. Like, honestly, you don't know if he's disconnected. Maybe he just made an awkward mistake. So take the kill if you can. Either way, it's okay. I'm just saying, I would like to see them leave it. And, you know, the precedent is there. I remember one of Execration's matches that they were playing in Blast, or rather, I'll have to hold that thought. Let's see what the decision will be. Go call will be sounded out. Now, EGX does have a fair shot of actually surviving here. He has the Rage, the Stick, and the Lotus, so he can actually replenish 150 plus 275 HP. It will bring him back to about 600 HP. Let's see. Uses a stick. Solar Bind comes out, the Rage dispels it away. Shadow Ward heal is going to be there, but it will not be enough. EGX does fall. Excess Vampire, now the one rooted, who came in to take out Cracker, but in the end, he too will fall. Cubify landing that wrong long-range Impale. I'm telling you, he doesn't miss many of his skill shots. And for
Radiant's middle tower
ILbirs, this is a sign of danger. They are 2,000 net worth behind, farming up in that jungle, but playing against a lineup that is quite frankly snowballing out of control.
Dire are scanning.
The one good thing is that, you know, the Beastmaster has a lot of CS, but you have to wonder how much of that CS are just the neutral creeps. I assume it's quite a lot of them. Another nice bushwhack coming in. Excess Vampire has been on point. And he has one of, I think he has one or two of these tier 2 to tier 3 tournaments. So Excess Vampire is certainly the veteran over at ILbirs. Cracker. He gets spotted out, but he will tank the roar. Now the rest of Lynx are here. Meadowjewel alongside the Nyx Assassin with an Impale that actually lands on Excess Vampire. The Hoodwink in a bit of trouble, hiding behind those trees, and that means they'll actually deal with rain instead. It's going to be Excess Vampire who falls. As a Mazzarello, he is kind of
Radiant's middle tower is under
feels like lost without a purpose right now on this Warlock, because honestly, how he's an old man with a stick. He's trying to help out his team as fast as he can, but it's the fact that Lynx are taking fights left, right, and center. Maybe not the center, but left and right. Oh, great Ice Path coming in by Cracker. But it is just that. It is a great Ice Path, and in the end, Cracker will go down. Black cannons do come in by 7 Jesu, but he is busy farming away his creep wave. I wouldn't blame him. There's not too much that 7 Jesu can do, particularly with the cooldown being unavailable. It is up now, so perhaps 7 Jesu can actually hold this tower, throw down that cooldown once the creep wave comes in, and perhaps this push will be countered out.
Radiant's middle tower.
Didn't actually need that cooldown. Oh no, it's Cubify, who will run
I'll get over it.
across excess vampire, but decides not to do anything.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Cracker. Or rather, it's the Beastmaster. Massive amounts of trouble. Norma does come in with a good arena, but there is limited follow-up. EGX comes in with the rage, but he realizes it's actually Lynx who are enraged right now. Norma, with the vessel on him, will go down. 2 cores have fallen, and Cubify? He's still on the hunt. He will run across Mazzarello, as this Warlock has nowhere to go. 3 heroes, 4,000 of a net worth advantage, towers on the brink of destruction, at least on that mid lane. I mean, they are already destroyed. And it seems like a rough time for Team ILbirs. There are 5,000 net worth behind in a scenario where the game has only been around for about 10 minutes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lost remaining tier 1 will also go down.
Dire's bottom tower is falling.
7 Jesu will get speared back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Norma, or rather, it's Melojoul in trouble. Chaotic Offering comes down too, so this is a great opportunity for Team ILbirs to do something, but Melojoul simply walks away. Mazzarello will fall, Norma will go down too, and Melojoul, he will finally go down, but at what cost, ILbirs? They're simply losing their heroes too many times. There is simply no way they have to stem the bleeding right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Blink Dagger up for Cubify. And here I was worried that his level 6 would be late. It is going to be the Beastmaster in trouble. Although the Underlord never showed up across the gate, it was Norma who was actually holding him back. But now that Vladik does show up, it's going to be Mazzarello going down. Norma also appearing through the gate. But in the end, he too will be impaled. It's a 2-man one. Norma throws out his arena but will die inside of it, as it's the Beastmaster also in a lot of trouble. Slowed down by that Solar Bind, it's Team ILbirs who will be able to take out the 1, but time and time again, it's the 1 they take, but it's the 4 or 3 they lose. game will be paused, but we're nearing, honestly, the momentum that Lynx have right now is pretty hard to actually stop or even dissuade or even attempt to counter out. ILbirs are simply too far behind. Norma has almost as much net worth as a Nyx assassin. And a Nyx assassin support, I can tell you, he does not farm up. He has no way to farm. Apart from maybe throwing out an impale or two, but you know he can't do that, and he hasn't done that because if you've seen him roam around, we've seen him do other things, and he doesn't even have an arcane boot, so he can only use his spells a bunch of times before he runs out. Now, of course, there's that chakra magic coming in, so the Nyx assassin has his mana pool constantly infused by his mid laner, by Melojule. I wonder how they're going to be able to do this. Lightstealer is at a decent timing for his Radiance. I mean, he's still far away. He's going to still need about 3 or 4 minutes, maybe even more, because honestly, once his relic shows up, once the relic shows up in his inventory, I'm pretty sure Lynx will target him. Hmm.
Oi, oi, oi. Jalepa. Oi, oi, oi. Jalepa.
Once again, waiting for Norma to reconnect. Hopefully, he does so pretty soon. And he does. Fulfilling the competitive spirit. Go call will be sounded out, and the Beastmaster will resume. Team ILbirs, honestly, their last game looked pretty good. This might just be a case of the bigger team applying just too much pressure,
What was I doing?
and perhaps the weaker team crumbling under that pressure. Well, they didn't need to see the Relic to try and chase after EGX. Has the Orchid on top of him, will just go down. Trying to play Ring of Roses will not be possible. Melojule has an Orchid built up, and pretty soon he might just go for a Dagon, he might just go for an Aghanim Scepter, maybe the Boots of Travel, whatever he goes for, irrespective. All of the items that Melojule will get provide their team fighting capacity. Even the Boots of Travel, where normally the Boots of Travel is probably not that valuable of an item. In this game, where you have an Underlord, means that the Vladik can show up through the gate, Melojule can show up through the Boots of Travel, so you'll have 2 players ready to support whoever gets caught out.
Dire are scanning.
All the meanwhile, the Gyrocopter continues to farm uncontested. Seven Jesu about to hit that Aghanim Scepter timing. Not about to, but will likely do so in the next few minutes, as he already has that Chrysalis and that Falcon Blade. This is a very farmed up Gyrocopter. It's an even more farmed up Underlord. As an initiation comes out by Norma, Cracker, he has that pipe and is able to at least dish out his spells. It's EGX who falls, and Cracker is still alive. Golem will be able to take him out as a roar comes in by the Beastmaster. They want to target the Underlord, and that's certainly not the right one. The pit comes out as rain will fall inside of it, so too does Norma. And in the end, Excess Vampire may as well throw out another Bushwhack to try and make his escape. May even be possible, but still, it is 3 cores for the price of 1 support.
You're doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Radiant are scared.
That is the Ash Station Shield kicking in for a Roshan attempt. Optimizations, even if they're minor. And I always feel like the Ash Station Shield gives way too much block for a level 1 neutral item. 140, certainly a whole lot. 7 Jesu is able to pick up that Aegis, as there is that Aghanim Scepter for the Underlord now. Excess Vampire will be picked apart. Melojewel almost has enough gold for the Boots of Travel.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
EGX teleports back to the fountain with the Lifestealer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Excess Vampire throws out that Bushwhack. Sharpshooter is going to land too. Cracker will go down. A 14,000 net worth advantage still remaining for Team Lynx. And it's not really budging anywhere despite of these short and few kills that they acquire. Now, you take a look at the kill distribution, and again, the majority of it is just on these supports. 7 Jesu has 0 deaths, Vladik has 0, and Melojewel has only died once. Meanwhile, Cracker has fallen 6 times, but he's a position 5. Literally only has about 4,000 net worth. Fiend's Gate comes out. Norma does spear away the Gyrocopter, but it's a tier 2 tower that is probably the bigger prize for Lynx. The kill on Norma doesn't even probably feel satisfying any longer. All 3 outer tier 2 towers broken apart as 7 Jesu with that Aegis is now going to be walking up to that high ground. Now the fortunate thing is for ELbirs is the fact that their heroes respawn super quickly. Mars is already back up. The fight recap hasn't even disappeared and he's respawned.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now there will be an arena, there will be some attempt at a fight. The only question is, what will they be able to do with it? Norma, oh no, will he die without the arena? It does seem like it. It's EGX who will go, it's Rain who will go down too. And I believe Norma just called GG. 7 Jesu. 2 farmed up on the Gyrocopter for Team ELbirs to do a single thing. In the end, it will be Team Lynx who will be able to come up with a 2-0 victory. And it was perhaps the most convincing victory that today we've had. Perhaps we've had in the past few days. Just dominating Team ELbirs. And really goes to show why Team Lynx are at the very top of the group, or were at the very top of the group stage chart. They will continue their domination over at EPL Season 34 and will make their way towards another round of the upper brackets, as we do have two teams now proceeding further. Team Lynx will be playing against Virtus.pro Protege, and VP, despite of the fact that they have improved, that will truly be an uphill battle for sure. Of course, for now, we do have two more best of threes. It is going to be Strong Boys versus Inner Circle coming up in about 50 minutes, and then later on we will have Winter Bears playing at it, or rather playing against Team Spirit Academy. Winter Bears, by the way, who are also coming into the upper brackets with a clean record. 5 series wins in their respective groups, so that is definitely going to be a match to look out for. For now, guys, this was your host, Doctors. I won't be here for the next two best of threes. It will be Mr. Joe who will guide you. Make sure to welcome him on in. I mean, he's been here a lot longer than I have, of course. And I'm sure you guys, and I'm sure I will also have fun. I'll join you guys in the comment section. But for now, I will be signing out, and I hope to see all of you later.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, hello and welcome back to the remainder of the European Pro League season number 34. It's gonna be the first day of the playoffs today, as I hope you're all very much looking forward to it. We got ourselves Strong Boys up against Inner Circle once again, and Strong Boys, yesterday, they were facing Winter Bear to prove who was gonna be the strongest team in Group B, and they just barely lost, getting reverse swept 2-1. So, now they are in the playoffs. They do have okay playoff positioning, but they have something to prove, let's just say,
10 seconds remaining.
if they want to get all the way to the finals here. Starting off against Inner Circle, X Insanity should be doable. Inner Circle, they're not bad, they're not super great, which is a shame because I think on an individual level, all of their players are really talented. Lace, Supreme, Fernance, 4-3, they're all pretty, old school, have been around for a long time, no Dota in and out. But I do think the current Inner Circle stack, even before they had their sponsor, and I am happy that they have a sponsor, but I think, they don't really bring out the true potential of the players yet. Like, this is not the best stack I have seen Fernance play on, if you know what I mean. And I think that's a bit of a shame. I do really hope that they can shine here, kind of show us what they're made of. Well, I'm wondering whether this Bat Rider is gonna be a support or a core, as he's playing both roles these days. I'm personally still a big fan of the Arsonist and Ignite. We saw a lot of that yesterday as well, where Bat Rider was just getting spammed as the offlaner. Fortnite Man, Bat Rider offlane. Here though,
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder what Strong Boys are kind of going for, because right now I like their draft. It's aggressive, it's in your face. They do have their signature Marcy, one of their favorite heroes, as they're already going to have to deal with the Shadow Fiend, as well as 2 good interrupts for the Requiem of Souls, right? But between the Bat Rider and the Kunkka, both the pick-off potential and the 5v5 team fights are looking rough for the side of Strong Boys with their current draft. And the last pick needs to compensate a lot for either. Because they got a ton of damage, but they have neither teamfight nor a good tank. You got Clockwork, who can be annoying, but I don't think he's going to be played in a core role and really farm a ton. Lashrak taken away as well by the side of Inner Circle.
Seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Inner Circle. Letting their reserve time tick down as they make a decision for the Queen of Pain, okay. Looking even more terrifying. They're doubling down on teamfight rather than pick-off potential. That was kind of to be expected with that Kunkka already coming out, just based off of how good the Rum is. But I do think it puts Strong Boys in quite a predicament, because now in addition to either pick-off potential or teamfight, you also need catch for the Queen of Pain. There's just so much that this draft needs right now. Invoker would have been perfect, because Invoker does a bit of everything. And the Invoker ban now makes a lot more sense with that Queen of Pain having been picked up. Because he's one of the few, I know he's not tanky and I say they need something tanky, but he is as capable. You can Ghost Walk, you can Deafening Blast and run away, right? You do have the tools to stay alive compared to most other mid laners as Strong Boys. Instead they're gonna pick up a Storm Spirit for Stoichkov. It's one of his favorite heroes, it's one of his signature picks. I know that for a fact he does really, really well with it, but I don't know. Does Ball Lightning make you survivable enough? I don't think so, because Queen of Pain is just going to pick up an Orchid, right? And then Stoichkov is going to have a really hard game. He does add the team fight and the burst damage for the pickoffs that Strong Boys were lacking. So both of those issues have been addressed. Especially with Storm, you got those galvanizes. So every time you do get a pickoff, every time you do go to roam to help out your carry to gank, and get a kill, you get extra mana regen for the remainder of the game. It's incredibly potent for Stoichkov. It's just the tankiness aspect, the survivability that may be lacking when you get X-marked, when you get Orchided, when you get lassoed, because there's so much catch, there's so much lockdown, and I don't like the Shadow Fiend as much as most pro teams seem to like him nowadays, especially because, as you can see from Strong Boys, they have drafted around it extremely well here. But it's the Kunkka, Queen of Pain, Bad Rider, like the big picture team fight coming together as one. That's terrifying from Inner Circle, right? That Strong Boys need to somehow deal with. And honestly, I kind of want Strong Boys to win this just because I hate SF and they counterpick him so hard, and every time I get somebody in my pubs being like, oh, SF carry is so meta, let me pick this SF. It's gonna be exactly this matchup, right? Oh, nice, I have a second phase SF, straight into the Skyref Mage, into the Clockwork. He can never get a single ultimate, even with the BKB. Anywho, give me just a second to fix some settings as we're loading in, and then we're gonna have ourselves game number 1 of the third best of 3 of the day kicking off. Alright, my camera is working, there should not be any lag issues like yesterday, because sometimes the Dota servers are laggy, and it's not our fault, right? If you see people walking in place, then that's just Dota doing it, but thankfully we don't have any issues of that kind anymore, and I'm so happy. I'm also really happy that this patch isn't 100% stale yet, though there's two things that I'm kind of tired of. Largo just getting first banned every single draft, and SF getting first picked every other draft. It's just a little bit much for both of them, right? Oh, and both of the logos are bugged, so just for those, you know, watching on phone or whatever, that can't read the names. On the Radiant we have Strong Boys, on the Dire we have Inner Circle X Insanity. I'll try to say it a little bit later on for those tuning in then as well. And for now, Inner Circle X Insanity are smoking up still. Could potentially go for first blood if somebody steps out of position, given that the triple race plus Tusk for lockdown is there. And they will go for the tag team, but Codex immediately just leaps away. Codex once again back to his old ways, right? I've talked about it yesterday, how he's such a Marcy spammer. And honestly, I think Strong Boys could have won the last game if Codex had a better Marcy lane in the last game, because there the laning stage was so rough for him. But today, he's back to it. He says, screw it. I gotta prove that my Marcy still got it. I gotta prove that I know what I'm doing with one of my favorite heroes, and I definitely think he's gonna deliver on that, as we're kind of going to keep an eye on him, putting the pressure onto 43 here. As for this Bad Rider, he's gonna be played by Fernance, which I actually like, because Fernance, look at that. He's playing him as 4, but he's playing him as an Arsonist 4, and he's one of the greediest 4 players I know, which is why I'm such a big fan of his. I used to cast him like freaking 5 or 6 years ago. No, more than that, it's 2026, that's scary. I used to cast him like 12 years ago, holy crap. Back when it was like Join Dota League. Fernance running from the Clockwork. But I like that he's proving that my generation of players isn't washed yet. While Inner Circle keep being as annoying as possible. And LQC, he's got his work cut out for him on this Clockwork. Bad Rider is so annoying, you can't really do much against him. But the one thing he is doing really well is giving solo XP to Bashka. which means we're gonna see a super early focus fire. We're gonna see massive kill potential, even without, because that's the thing. Bashka, like, there's two ways of playing Wind Ranger 1. Either you play the really aggressive execute build and just kind of go for the twin gate gank onto the enemy carry once or twice, right? With the power shot executes people facet. Because it used to be a support thing until people figured out you can power shot basically from freaking here all the way into the enemy safe lane, and then it became really popular to pick. The same can be done with the Radiant, but with the Radiant it's a little bit hard to set up the skill shot, because there, you usually, if you want to get the power shot gank, you rotate to here, and then power shot from behind. Either way, the other way of playing it, of course, is that Tangled facet, which is a lot better in mid-game. Scales a lot better at the cost of not keeping the enemy carry shut down. And even early on the poke is decent, though against the 3 position, Now you don't go Tangled so you can harass the 3 position, right? You go Tangled so in the mid game when you have focus fire level 2 and you pin somebody through a tree, your time to kill is significantly reduced. Though I'm personally a power shot fan in games like SF, if the enemy has a carry that falls off, you always go for the power shot and shut them down. But I guess it's a favor thing, because yesterday too we had a game like that where power shot would have been the way, and Bashka still went with the Tangled and he still won, so I'm not gonna judge. Because on tier 1 you still see both a lot. Where it's like, oh, the enemy has, I don't know, an Underlord or 2 other really tanky heroes. Tidehunter, another good one. Then you definitely go Entangled. But if it's like, oh, hey, the enemy's carry is a Juggernaut, an SF, a Gyrocopter, power shot feels like the way in my opinion, right? And I know for a fact that most of the at least CIS Russian tier 1 players who love playing aggressive agree with that. As speaking of playing aggressive, LQC, he is gonna get aggressed upon, but has a teleport, so he's gonna make it home to base safely as we're 4 minutes into the game, without there having been a first blood yet. A pretty quiet laning stage. While Bashka's just kind of biding his time, surviving the Kunkka harass pretty well. I can't wait for Fernance to start kind of being able to play the game and have level 6 as well. I'm sure he's gonna deliver us some fun.